Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerrilla Cricket. It's day 4 of Ranchi, and once again England have fucked it up. It's really fucking annoying, because they've had chances in this series, and when they've come along they've really not taken them. Maybe it's something to do with the fact that they're such a young side, and they really, well, I mean, when you look at the difference between the two sides, they really shouldn't be winning anywhere, or maybe not even anywhere near it. So maybe they've done actually really quite well with the resources they have. But they didn't get enough runs yesterday. They didn't stop India from getting enough runs in their first innings. And consequently, when they got rolled for 100 and what was it, 40 something or other, they've only got a lead of 196. And then, and this I think, I don't know about you, I will introduce my guest shortly. I really don't think they should have opened with the spinners yesterday, but anyway, I think they should have just gone to the end of play. If the pitch was up and down, it's going to be up and down for the seamers as well. You might as well go with the tall boys, make sure they don't get off to a flyer at the end of day 3, which is exactly what they did. To mull all that over with me at the beginning of this day, the two people who are actually in a time zone where it's the middle of the bloody day, so it's not really that much of a grief for those two. Melburnian Forthy, and of course our man from Perth, it's Messy Jez. Good morning, boys, how you doing?
Good day, Bear, and congratulations again for going over and beyond and being in the studio at this ungodly hour. Very easy for me. I've just done the shopping, fed the dog, and had a rather nice lunch.
Very nice indeed.
Well said,
and it's probably about 35 degrees as well and sunny, isn't it?
Very, very pleasant, 21 degrees today, yes.
Nice, there you go, that's better than whatever it is here. How about you, Messi?
30 degrees in Perth. It's 22 degrees in Ranchi. There's a slight possibility of a shower in an hour or two, but not a great deal. It's a bit warmer than yesterday, up to 29. I've got to say, Bear, in honour of your green top, I thought I'd wear green today as well, just to match you.
You're taking a piss, yeah?
Yeah. I want to give you a figure. 306 runs. That is the amount by which Jaiswal exceeds the next highest batter in this series. It's quite extraordinary, but it's a big problem for England that he's still at the crease as well.
Well, he is. Go on, 40.
Well, I was going to say, sometimes a player arrives like perhaps Philip Hughes or Graham Smith, and they've got a very unorthodox technique, and it takes people a while, and they get quite a lot of runs early on in their first few innings, and then people say, well, actually, because of the suspect technique, you can actually bowl to him this way, and they might have. Graham Smith had a very good Test career, but they don't become necessarily one of the all-time greats. Whereas I do think with Jaiswal, he has the potential to go on and become possibly an all-time great, because his technique is so sound and so orthodox, and he can accelerate. He's got the works, this boy, and I think we'll be hearing an awful lot more from him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait until he's gone everywhere in the world, I would. But
Okay, fair enough.
That has potential.
He's lovely to watch. He really is. They may be painful from an English point of view, but he's still, like Root is from an Australian's point of view, just lovely to watch.
I mean, we have all written England off, but they do still have to get 150 runs on what is a wearing pitch. And, I guess the break probably does England better than it does India. They were on a real roll yesterday, weren't they? They got themselves within 40, then rolled England, and then came out and smashed 40. So yesterday, if they'd have carried on, they'd have probably done it in 20 overs. Today's another day. If one of the first balls in the first over shoots along the ground and gets an LBW, things might change, we don't all see that. I mean, even the newspapers here are going, we've already lost it, which you shouldn't really do, but it kind of feels that way, mainly because we've thrown it away again, I think, really.
That's an interesting 40 runs in the 20 minutes at the close yesterday were quite telling, weren't they?
Well,
interesting question as to whether England have thrown it away. I was at the theatre yesterday and missed the live action, so I hesitate to comment on whether they threw it away with their wickets, and perhaps Messi can comment, I'd take on this, who was present, or what percentage were good shots and what percentage were avoidable dismissals.
Well, let me give you an example. Ollie Robinson did very well in the first innings batting. He made 50 odd and did really well. He got out to a really bad shot in the first innings, his first really bad shot, trying to reverse sweep. So he started in the second innings. He decided he'd try and repeat that shot, and he got given out. He was reprieved on DRS, but 2 balls later he got out anyway. Dumb. I mean, apart from what was described as dog shit bowling by him as well, which I think is a fairly accurate description.
So he's the number 9.
Bairstow,
how about the?
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean,
Bairstow got out to a dreadful shot.
Well, I mean, let's go through it. So the middle order was the bit that blew England away, I guess. Root, Bairstow, Stokes went pretty quick. Root was an excellent use of DRS, to be fair to India, because that was literally when I woke up and I thought, that's a waste of a review, it's pitched outside leg. It actually pitched in line straight and was going on to hit leg stump. So although everyone will complain about it and go DRS, I think that's a fair use of DRS, and that's exactly what it's for, And that was a really, really, really good review by India. That for me kind of turned the match, because then Stokes came out and he got another. He's had 3 or 4 shooters. I mean, it shot and it turned, and then it hit his back pad, and it was going to miss off stump, but his back pad dragged it onto his stump. So you have to say Stokes was probably a bit unlucky.
No, I don't agree, Bear. He would have been out at LBW.
No, it
anyhow.
wount. It was missing the off stump by a mile. It
was going to hit leg stump. It was his back pad. It was going to.
No, it
hit his leg
wasn't.
stump.
It was.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't, mate.
Well, I think net. If it shot, then he was a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
He didn't shoot that much, and anyhow, he played the wrong line.
Well,
So I
you
looked
saw something
away.
completely different to me. And now England are doing what they should have done last night, opening the bowling with at least this man. Indian skipper out there, he was having a right old time last night, smashing it everywhere. And the young tyro that is. I mean, I think if they'd have bowled the seamers last night, yeah, they might have got hit, but you wouldn't have seen them.
Yeah.
They'd have probably tried to defend it out.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, well,
what is the target? It's about 170, 180 or something like that. People were saying earlier in the start of the match that anything above 175 is going to be very difficult to chase down in the fourth innings. It wasn't looking that way last night.
yep.
No, exactly.
I mean, they would have had 4 overs if they'd bowled pace last night. Instead, they bowled 8 overs that went for 40.
Yeah, I think it just seemed a bit. That was a bit cock of the walk bollocks to me, you know. I mean, you've got 2 inexperienced spinners anyway, and then you give them the new ball. I mean, I never minded the new ball, but some spinners really don't like the new ball. So.
Well, one thing for sure is they won't be talking about defeat in the dressing room. They'll still think they can do this.
Well, yes, and you know, rolled sides for under 150 before. As that one is a little bit short of a length, and Rohit defends it rather cross-battedly up towards mid-on. And I guess the big kicker here is what is the pitch going to do today? Because at times it's been absolutely supine, and then at other times it's been unplayable. And it seems to go in and out of it. There's been a lot of massive amount of consistency. I mean, there's a massive bunch of cracks everywhere. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
There are. It seems to be a question.
I don't know if look at that is the best radio commentary, though, Bear.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Fair enough,
point.
Messi. On the back foot, Rohit pushes it out.
Look at that.
Out to
Well,
cover.
We're looking at one of those old master paintings which have been cracked over the years. Is probably the best way to describe. You know, it doesn't seem to have done too much in the first session in this Test match so far. Presumably a combination of temperature and the roller.
Yeah, presumably so, but at some point maybe, and he says with real hope in his voice, as Jimmy is in, and that's quite sensitive by Rohit. Out of the offside, no run, just blocked it.
And the main hope is to snaffle a couple of early wickets and for a seam of panic, which we've seen many times over, to go through the home dressing room.
That's exactly it. That's what's going to happen.
I bet they've been reminding themselves this is the team that lost 6 for none earlier this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Look, I think there's probably one chance in 20, which is not very many, but it's a chance. I'm just saying.
It's a chance, I tell you. It's a chance. Jimmy Anderson is into Rohit, and that one comes in a little bit and it's defended up to mid-off, and it's played away from his pad. 2 balls left in this over. I mean, this is it. I mean, if they get 3 wickets and they're 80 for 3 with a couple of new batters at the crease, I might start to think maybe.
Yeah, and it is an inexperienced Indian lineup, relatively speaking, so they won't necessarily be test hardened for situations like that, I suppose.
Jimmy in to Rohit, who gets the inside half of the bat, goes out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Looking younger than ever, Jimmy, isn't he?
Yeah, I know. Well, there's
a few shout-outs on YouTube. MM says, morning all, Anderson and Bashir to open. Willowman says, morning guys, girls and guys. And she also says, how's the back there? I'm still laid up, but making the most of the medication.
Yeah, mine is starting to ease, finally. I was starting to despair on Friday.
Oh gosh.
Well, physios are all well and good. Oh, that one seemed to nip in a little bit, but it went from the arm. And there is no run. End of the over. It was a maiden. Could have done with a couple of those last night. Anyway, carry on.
Willamoon says England have well and truly fucked it. They had it in the bag, then literally dropped the ball. Mog says, morning, gentlemen, and the bear. Did the GPL go yesterday? I'm sorry to say for the rest of you, yes, it did. I actually got it. I was on the phone at the time, so I missed the excitement. But I got the 174 quid back from the bear. Although I worked out it cost me about 200 quid. So there you go. Pokey Bumfinger says they were bollocks yesterday. Poor batting followed by lackluster bowling. Irritating. And Raj Shonak says, Messi, your thoughts on the line and DRS decisions regarding route and stakes are accurate. Bear is being pedantic. No, he's not. He was just being spot on. He said, yes, it's out. Anyway, there were 5 or 6 umpires called when India were batting. I don't think Bear says
yeah. Well, exactly. No. That's my point. I think the DRS has been good. On the back foot, Giles will push it out to off stump. England are opening at the other end. I'm not sure. Oh, he's coming between umpire and stumps like I do. Genius. And pushed out to the off stump and there's no run. Oh, total old school. He's running between the umpire and the stumps. I love it.
Ray Bright. I think Ray Bright used to do that, I think, for Australia. Did Phil Edmonds?
Yeah, Phil Edmonds did. Well, that was the way you did it. That's just defended out on the offside. And no one goes to field it. And then someone realised, oh, yes, I better run across and pick it up.
Seems to make sense to run in at an acute angle if you're a spinner, because you would imagine, I'm not a spinner myself, that it would aid the action at the crease.
Well, that was my feeling. It aided the pivot. I tried it. Everyone said I shouldn't do it. And I tried it for a season and it was all over the fucking shop. I couldn't run in straight, and because you're trying to pivot on your front foot, so you're running in straight and then you turn to the side anyway. You might as well come in from that angle to start with. That was always my feeling. Bashir is over the wicket to Rohit. Oh, now that was, well, there's no one around at leg gully. Instead, it's been run down there, and I think it's going to be 4. I'm pretty sure Jimmy was in touch with the rope. If not, it's 3 anyway.
I don't think he was he?
I'll tell you what's a dying breed is the fast bowler who comes in at the 45-degree angle. They used to be far more, is my impression. Bob Willis obviously started his career that way.
Yeah. Well, actually, you may be right. Yeah, he got rid of the ball.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense for a fast bowler to do that because it's all about momentum, isn't it? And it's not going in the right direction.
But they used to, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I don't know why.
I remember Pakistan came out and all of them bowled at an angle. Wasim Akram did he used to bowl at an angle? I think he did.
Slight angle. On the back foot, as well, forces that up to mid-off and there's no run.
John
one
Lever.
run, what one about?
John Lever used to come at an angle, I remember.
Everyone used to. But maybe that's just because that's what they saw and then a whole slew of bowlers copied each other.
Yes,
I mean, someone like John Snow certainly didn't. He came in very
No, he didn't. Well, there's plenty who didn't, yes. John Snow's a good example.
The ones with some real pace tended not to, put it like that.
Rohit takes a couple of steps down the track. That's Bashir.
Well, Messi, I'll give you Jeff Thompson. He came in at an angle and he was pretty fucking fast.
Yeah, but he was weird.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Raj Shanak says now Michael Vaughan wants observers in the DRS trailer. Michael Vaughan's just about Michael Vaughan. He just wants to be controversial and a real Bradman, just so that people can take notice of him. He's awful at that.
Yeah, I mean...
Bagan Boy says something lovely. He says, Guerrilla Cricket, I just found you this month. I don't know if you guys are available in England. I'm in the US for work and found your excellent commentary of this excellent series. Thank God I did. Thank you, Bagan Boy. We are indeed available everywhere. There is no geo-block on us. So wherever you are you going to be able to follow us. He says, good job, fellas. We'll be back in India next week and no idea if we meet again, but if we don't, thank you. Yeah, we'll be on for the fifth test, which starts on Thursday week.
Yep.
And then we'll be back again in May for the England-Pakistan T20 series before the World Cup.
Aye.
Raj Sunak says Bagan Guerrilla Cricket is available on YouTube and audio only on their homepage. We're also available on a number of audio platforms that stream.
Well, Jimmy's in. First ball on the next over, off the hip of Jaiswal, down towards long leg, and it's a single.
Well, pitch alert. Nothing seems to be behaving particularly astray so far this morning, which is not good news for England.
I do have an inspirational tweet from David Barrett for the England team.
Yes.
He says, "We shall fight them on the boundary, we shall fight them on the square, we shall fight them on the wicket from stump to stump in every crack. We shall defend our meagre total, we shall go on to the end, we shall never surrender, we shall go harder."
Absolutely. Well said, Dave.
Very much. That's excellent.
That was a nice clip by Rohit off his toes, straight up towards mid-on though. And there ain't no run.
I went to the war rooms when I was over in England last summer, where they conducted the war from the bunkers underneath Whitehall.
Yeah.
Very gloomy little places they were. I suppose they had to be. It was quite depressing actually being down.
Yeah, I can imagine. Jimmy
Find
Anderson's
any
in,
nooks and crannies full of booze? Oh.
defended back down the track to him by Rohit. There ain't no run.
There's a lot of mannequins and wax dummies of people pretending to be vice admirals. They had these terrible little beds that they all had to sleep in. The secretaries had a much smaller room next to them. Of course they did.
Like being on a submarine, really, isn't it?
It was like being on a submarine. Yes. Interesting.
Yes. Just 146 runs required by India. England need wickets. It certainly isn't going to day 5, but that's a good thing. Oh, Rohit has climbed into Jimmy Anderson. It was full, it was angling into his pads, and he's just walloped it straight back over long on. All the way, 6 runs. Fantastic shot. Well, that'll make him feel better.
Wow.
The man who could conceivably have got onto a roll for England in this situation retired 6 months ago, which is Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
He's the only.
He wasn't silly.
No.
I mean, that's the problem with a small total, isn't it? I mean, it goes either way. Well, it could go England's way quite slowly if they don't score runs, but if they go like this, then things need to happen quickly for England. But you just can't see it really, can you? That's just defended in the offside. Jaiswal thinks about a run. Rohit thinks about a run. There isn't a run.
I think that India could afford to lose some key players. I think they clearly could afford to survive a series without Virat Kohli because they got greater strength in depth. England could not afford to lose Harry Brook and Jack Leach, who conceivably might have made some difference. I'm not saying by any means England would have won, but it would have been a bit closer, I think.
Yeah, I think, it's all, shoulda, woulda, couldas, isn't it, when you say those things, but I tend to agree. That's a better line, just short of a length by Jimmy. And a pretty horrible cross-batted swipe by Rohit, gets it out to sort of mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it is. I mean, I think Leach would have offered a lot more control. I think he still would have got wickets too. He did pretty well last time he was in India. I mean, Hartley's been okay, but he offers absolutely no fucking control whatsoever. It's just like, he goes for runs. Again, comes down to the wicket. If the wicket holds together for 2 hours like it has on most days and been pretty benign in the morning, India get the runs before lunch pretty much.
Willow says, I wish my back was easing. Nearly another hospital visit last night. Physios won't touch me because it could aggravate the problem. More scans and pain reviews to follow. Sorry to hear that, Willow.
I feel for you. Oh, now there's an appeal for LBW. Oh, maybe he's gone under edge. Well, not high. I don't think that's high.
Bashir's saying it's high. And if you haven't got the backing of the bowler, then you're not going to review it. But honestly, with
That's
140 runs to get and 10 wickets in hand, you might be throwing caution to the wind.
Yeah, well, there's a batsman too as well. I mean, this is it. If they can make a few mistakes. Rohit, eagle-eyed on the young man. Oh, goes back, keeps a little low. That's what I want to see. Jabs his bat down on it. There's no run. Need to put a bit of doubt in the batsman's minds early. No, it's outside off. Oh, it was. I thought it hit him on his face. It's amazing that my eyes were going. Man.
Yeah.
I thought that hit him on the pad.
So did I. That's weird.
That's an outside edge after just prodding at it by Jaiswal. Goes off towards third man. And again, Jimmy has to chase it down, and he can't quite drag it back. He's really upset. He's done all the running and the sliding, and at 41, that's not easy. And then the ball, he doesn't get enough force on it, and it just trickles into the boundary. And that outside edge gets 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
But bit of encouragement for Bashir. His turn.
I would say also with these young players coming in, to have Jimmy Anderson break off.
Defended back to the bowler and there's no run. Carry on.
To have Jimmy Anderson as a role model, throwing himself at the age of 41 around in the field. You couldn't possibly take a backward step or have any sense of complacency when you see that.
No. Yeah. And he turned around and said something to someone in the crowd. That's defended by Jaiswal, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I mean, neat and efficient by Bashir. He's not hasn't, but you don't sense there's about to be an epic collapse here.
No. Bashir in again, defended by Jaiswal. It's a bit tentative, but it's out square. He opens the face a lot, and it's out to point, no run, end of the over, 56 for none.
Dara Azizi says, hi all and congrats to Liverpool. Yeah, well, that was the only thing that saved Bears' day yesterday from being a complete disaster. Frank Rockefeller says, moody wicket. It has been. You never quite know what it's going to do next.
No.
He also says, Kohli is overrated in my opinion. Well, it all depends on your last performance. Raishunak says, I'm watching the game on TNT muted and watching Guerrilla Cricket on YouTube. Your stream is 2 balls ahead. That's interesting because for me our stream is well behind the live commentary. Hopefully I'll be baking fit for Pakistan series, if not for the 5th test, as Will ever know. Well, we hope so too. Maybe we should be sending you cakes at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Defended out to cover, and there is no run. Yeah, they'd still do have to get the 136 runs.
Mog's got a good commentary suggestion. He says balls ahead should be a common saying. India are balls ahead in this game.
Okay, Mog, whatever. Yeah. Jimmy in. Oh! Now that sort of balloons up. There could be a run out here. Oh, England weren't quick enough. So Rohit, and I went to flick it into the leg side, ballooned off his thigh, probably off his bat, and just went straight up in the air. He kind of ball watched, and Jaiswal called him through, and then Jaiswal was 3/4 of the way down before Rohit really set off. But no one really thought, oh, better pick the ball up. And then folks did and slipped whilst he was doing it, and that allowed Rohit to get home. Maybe that'll make him a little bit nervous. If Rohit had stuck around a bit longer, they'd have both been at the same end, and they probably would have stopped, and Rohit would have remained in, and Jaiswal would have been sent back to the dressing room.
I love the fact that Jimmy then gives Rohit an absolute verbal volley there. He's not going to be giving this up yet.
Clipped into the leg side by Jaiswal, out to deep square leg. It'll be a single.
So it's always good to get neutral point of view on these things. My friend, who's a bookmaker and member of my music club in Australia, has just, he's no friend of the POM, has said, got a feeling the POMs will go okay, just need to get Jaiswal early. So, there we see it, there we have it. And he's a bookmaker.
Tiding for business.
Yeah.
He's on holiday in Noosa. So he's not even doubting for business.
I got to say, my level of trust in bookmakers is not high.
Yeah, well, Jimmy in and guided by Rohit down to third man. There is a single. 59 for none. Started very well for India. But things can change quickly.
They can. This game makes a fool out of all of us. Oh, 9,000 runs for Rohit Sharma.
First class career though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's.
You'd expect higher actually. with
You'd
his first
expect
class.
quite a lot higher, wouldn't you? What does that say?
Yeah, we were discussing this the other day. His test runs are what 4,014 at the moment. It's in the ODIs that he's scored a shitload of runs.
How many test matches has he played?
Not that many.
So this is his
well-
57. He's played 262 ODIs and made 10,700 runs in ODIs.
And how old is he?
Hold on, that was his clip round the corner. It's a long leg for a single.
He's 36.
Yeah.
Going on 37. So this
Bloody
will
funny
be his
career.
last series against England probably.
He was in and out of test side for a long time, wasn't he? I mean,
He was, yeah.
before he actually cemented a place, they kept trying him and he kept failing. And
Yeah, well, at 3 and 4 he wasn't very good. As an opener he's been much better.
Jimmy in again, poked out a third man by Rohit.
They're sort of moving on from their big beasts of the last 10 years. Kohli's still there, Rohit's still there, but the Pujaras and the Vijay's and the Rahans and the Rahuls and Rohit soon, no doubt, will move on.
Well, you got to say with Jaiswal and Safraz coming in, it's all as well for them.
It does.
Frank says, "Greetings all. I hope everyone's well. Win here and Team Tata can treat the final test as a pre-IPL boot bash. England short on runs, need wickets, perhaps to slide under the bat. Throw the ball to the player with the lowest centre of gravity to keep the ball low." Duckett hasn't bowled a single over this series. It's appalling, isn't it, Farron? They need a bit of wrist spin, actually, but he doesn't have that. Joe Root can bowl a bit of wrist spin. It hasn't for a while, but he could.
Yeah.
Bad wrist spin. Rohit is facing up to Bashir, who comes in. Just plays that down short leg and there's no run.
Well, it's down to 130 now, so they really needed to get a couple of wickets in the first 20 minutes, really, and that ship has sailed. So put us out of our misery. Let's have an onslaught from the Indian attack, and we can all go about our business.
Well, Bashir is in again. It's just defended by Rohit and there's no run.
How long till Stokes feels compelled to bowl 20 overs straight?
Yeah. Did he
It's
bowl
interesting after all. No, it's interesting after all the talk that he hasn't bowled at all.
Down the track comes Rohit. Just clips it to mid wicket where the skipper is fielding and there ain't no run.
Well, I think in the
Especially
first.
given that Robinson's been so dreadful.
Well, but he's not going to come on from Robinson. I think in the first innings he didn't see the need to because they actually had them at 177.
Yeah, I mean, Robinson, you'd think after all this, that's into the pads quite flat by Bashir and there's no run. He'd have been able to bowl in the mid-80s. I mean, it was a bit disappointing he's trundling in at 78 miles an hour. It's not going to be helpful on what... I mean, a wicket might be useful if it's cracking up, but you still need to have the pace to hit the... I mean, he does hit the deck hard, I presume, from that height. That's swept by Rohit, good shot. And he's got that judicious use of the sweep. He brings it out, sweeps it behind square, one bounce over the boundary, 4 runs, no one out there.
I did like Dave Barrett's description of Robinson as the Darren Stevens tribute act. It's quite nice.
Well, when he gets it right, then he's very, very good. But it's like, I mean, Rohit just knocks down up to long on for a single, perfect follow-up.
He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah. Raj Sunak says, "I enjoy listening to your various banter and stories." Thank you, Raj. India will win the match with no more than 2 out. Rohit got 4,000 test runs yesterday, says Mog, and Frank Rockefeller says Stokes is out to sea. Captaincy spotlight is so 19th century.
Yeah.
Don't even know who the Indian captain is, says Frank. Yeah, Rohit's captaincy is less than inspiring, I'd say.
Yeah, but yeah, I imagine a lot of these very good batsmen, they don't grow up dreaming of captaining the team. They grow up dreaming of playing great innings for their. Alan Border definitely never wanted to be captain, and there are others as well. And he actually refused it initially, I think. But you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're the guy who's least likely to be dropped. You're captain, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Well, changing the bowling. Jimmy is off straight away. This could go horribly right or horribly wrong. It's this man.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue? Then he took 7 wickets on Test debut.
First ball
His
though
first innings was shite.
is
And he
short
got it right.
and just dropped into the offside by Rohit for a single.
It's worth noting that Hartley still has the most wickets in this series, 19, at an average of 32.7.
Which isn't actually that bad.
No.
Yeah,
not at all.
although there are 5 Indian bowlers with an average below that.
Yeah, and that will be the telling difference at the end, possibly, you know. I mean, and the fact that, as you say, Giles will have scored 300 runs more than the nearest other batsman, you know.
Yeah.
India at home are a formidable side. Goes back into his crease, Gileswell, played out into the onside. There's no run. I mean, if England had their strongest side, it would have been difficult. And the fact that we've gone in there and done. I mean, we have done pretty admirably well.
I think so.
I mean, in years gone by, we'd have these last 3 tests were an absolute rout, and we'd be. Oh, now there's an appeal for LBW, and I think that's reasonably close, you know.
I mean,
I think it's difficult because he's obviously so far down the track, but I think it's turned enough to come into the stumps. The question is, will it be going over? They are going to review it. Certainly, I think it hit in line. Interesting. Well, England have got to take their chances.
They've got to take the chances here. I suspect it's slightly outside the line and possibly too high, but who cares? Give it a go.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
I quite liked it.
I think
Long way to go, that's all.
Best it'll be hitting the pad. It'll be umpire's call on the off stump.
Well, let's have a look. He comes down the track, it spins, comes back into him. Could be in line, and it's quite straight. It's not going over. The question is,
Definitely not. Is it in line? And it might. I think it's probably marginally outside, but we shall see.
you can't see leg stump, you can't see off stump, and generally the camera's slightly over to the off anyway. Gileswell looks a little nervous.
Hope springs eternal.
Exactly. They take fucking forever to get up the red linesy things, don't they?
Get those red lines out.
It was actually very well bowled because I think he saw Gileswell coming down the wicket and
Ultra edge says inside edge. Surely that isn't it? Well,
So close. I think that isn't it.
I think that's
I
but there seems
you're
to be
probably right.
fresh air. But
it could be pad first. Oh no, it is an inside edge.
Inside edge, yeah.
I think
Everything
it's
else
inside
is
edge.
moot.
although there's a gap there.
But
Yes.
that's before it's
Well,
hit
is
the pad. It hasn't hit the pad yet, and there's a
Yeah,
flick.
there's a. I think that is not out yet.
Yeah, shame.
I
Damn,
don't
I'd
think
like to see
they
that.
ever
I'd like to see. We've got super chat.
That's
Excellent. Sorry, I shall be on it straight away. Sagir Parker, thank you. Sagir sent us $5 for all our hard work and efforts. Thank you, Sagir.
Thank you indeed.
Good to have Perth money coming into the kitty.
Yeah. There is no
Good money.
GPL today, by the way.
Yeah,
Because
it's a bit predictable.
it's a bit predictable. Exactly. Oh! And that was maybe an inside edge onto pad and maybe palmed away by Pope, but short leg.
Just when you want an inside edge. Let's have a look. I couldn't quite
Maybe.
make it.
Oh, it was further away. I thought
Yes.
it was close to him. I thought he'd actually got a palm on it.
Yeah, clearly out of reach.
I'd still like
Sagir
to.
also says, hello all, logging in from work here, having a fun day everyone, and a thrilling end to this match.
Yeah.
It has been a good match to watch.
Well,
Been a good match and a good series.
oh, it has been a great series. I mean, that's what I mean. That's defended back to the bowler and so on. At least England have been competitive. I mean,
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
quite a
bit-
contrast with the last 2 or 3 Ashes tours, for example, where
Yeah.
you sense by the stage they were definitely had one foot on the plane.
yes, exactly.
Do you want to let Kartik in, Bear?
Oh yeah, can do. There you go. Hey, you're doing ball by ball next, aren't you, Forthy? I'm going to go and make a
I am
coffee.
indeed. I am indeed. And there's Kartik.
Reverse sweep! Aerially over, well, and wide of short third man. And he gets 4 runs, but he suddenly looks a little bit skittish. Does Gyswell?
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And on
I'll
that
do a few
note,
messages while we change, while Bear gets his coffee, and then I'll see you a little later. Nick Vickers says, morning Bear, Messi and Forthy. Morning everyone. England could collapse from here. The question is, can India? Daniel Bowman says, bat hit the bottom of the pad, I reckon, was the noise. Perth money is the best kind of money, Jez, says Sagir. And Mog says, goddamn Perth Mafia. Oh well, Farang says Jaswell needs to score 38 runs in this innings to pass Kohli as the highest run scorer in a test series in England.
India.
And then he said, in India, sorry. Still another test in hand. And then there's
Very good.
a picture for the Bear to see.
We'll welcome Kartik in a moment. Bashir in again for a new over. Gets a bit of turn. Player Rohit plays back off his pads to square leg dot ball. How are you, Kartik?
I'm well. It's been a solid start for India this morning. The sun's out here in Ranchi, of course, and the crowd is a working day crowd, so not as big as we've seen so far.
Indeed, yes. Bashir in again, just straying slightly onto the legs of Rohit, who defends it. Always just seeing that
That is-
reverse sweep. Yeah, no, go Kartik.
I was going to say, I dare say this game would looks like it's going to be finishing relatively quickly today.
I would concur with you. Rohit takes a couple of steps down the wicket, perhaps eyeing up cow corner, but pulls out and decides to defend it. I suspect Bashir saw him coming and just dropped it a little short. But, yeah.
Yeah,
All very
like yesterday
serene.
that I did think like this there may be a few.
Bashir in again, pushes that one a little wider and it doesn't turn, so Rohit pushes it through point, and there's a long chase for 2 England fielders. Big slide by Joe Root on this occasion, and the relay saves 1 run. Slightly forlorn cause perhaps, but professionally done. India are within 118 now.
I was going to say, I did think late yesterday, the end of the day's play, that and I actually called it out, that it may be a tricky chase, there may be some twists and turns, but so far India have started pretty solidly this morning,
Yep.
and you'd expect them
there's-
to run away with it from here.
I mean, it's almost impossible to see a goat track out of this for England. That's a sweep by Jaiswal, and he's managed to get all of it. He's managed to nudge it round the corner. Bear's back in his position, and he's going to play the jingle.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Looks technically very good, Jaiswal, wouldn't you say, Kartik?
He does. He certainly started his career very strong, and I think India certainly found one here in an opener. They've tried a few since the days of Sehwag and Gambhir, but it looks like, and obviously Rohit is at the tail end of his career, so not sure how much longer he's got. So to have Jaiswal play like the way he is, he looks very much at home in the Test arena.
Fantastic find for them, and he seems to have the temperament. No doubt has the temperament for Test cricket. Well, certainly at home, I think, as Bear says, you can never completely judge a player until he's gone abroad. Oh, and that's dragged down a little by Bashir. It's cut. It's eluded the man at a fairly deep point, and it would go all the way from Jaiswal for another of these.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the four.
I think that was the end of the over. Yes, it was at the end of the. I'll hand you over to Bear to see whether there have been any massages.
Well, I've got to get in here first.
Yeah, okay, no worries. India at 82 without loss at the end of the 16. Are we going? Have we got?
Could be over by the time you figure it out.
It could be.
Well, the first tweet I see is a lovely tweet. It's Farong. He says Jaiswal needs to score 38 runs in his innings past Kohli, its highest run scorer in a Test series in India. Still another Test in hand. Sorry, messages. One for the Hofbear with Klopp and further trophies before his departure. And there's a picture of Jurgen Klopp asleep on a plane, caressing or cuddling up to the Charity Shield or whatever it is these days, League Cup. Which
Carabao. Yeah, we used to know it as the League Cup.
Yeah, it's Carabao. Is it still Carabao?
Carabao
Yeah.
Cup, yeah, that's right.
Carabao Cup. Are you a soccer guy, Kartik?
I am. I do follow the Premier League. Yes. Unfortunate Manchester United fan. Hasn't been pleasant for about 10 years now. But,
10 years, yes.
Yeah, that's the way it goes, man. We had 20 years of it, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's a fair way to go.
Bloody team, Man United. They've had two fantastic coaches who've taken them to glory, and then you've had about 30 very average coaches in between times. Odd combination.
Well, look, it's I mean, we could spend all day talking about it, but I think it's more than just the manager that's the issue, and that's sort of starting to.
Yeah, it's
everyone knows about it, but hopefully now with this new ownership or partial ownership, things would start to turn a little bit. But proof is in the pudding. We can see.
Talking of turn, Tom Hartley is tossing the ball.
Nice segue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here all week. Well, actually, I'm here for the next half hour. India just need 100.
I'm not going to be here all week at this rate.
Definitely not. We probably may not go much past lunch. India need 110 runs to win. Hartley's leaked 27 in his first 4 overs. So he has offered neither penetration nor economy, I'm afraid to say, but he's in his first series. We'll give him a little bit of leeway for that. Although Jaiswal's in his first series, and he hasn't had any problems.
Second. He's played in South Africa, didn't he, Jaiswal?
Yes. Yes,
He's
you're right.
scored
Sorry.
a ton over there as well.
I forgot about that. You're right. Absolutely right. Yes. Hartley in again. Round the wickets to Rohit. Straightens. But Rohit sees it all the way, plays it off the back foot, dot ball.
What is Ben Stokes saying? We're just seeing pictures of Ben Stokes to his spinners. What does he say to them just before play?
Enjoy it, believe in yourself. You're capable of this. It's all happened to us. It could happen to them.
I'm afraid it would be a Carpe Diem speech, and they usually mean we haven't got much of a big technical forward defensive from Rohit, dot ball.
Exactly.
India at 8.
Believe it, boys. You can do it. You can do it.
Carpe fucking Diem. That was an immaculate forward defensive. It's always something rather aesthetically pleasing about an immaculate forward defensive.
Yes, indeed.
We need some pitch. If anything, we need some pitch shenanigans to start happening. Oh, that one did.
There you go.
Yeah, that one kept low. That one turned and kept a little bit low, but probably a little late in the day. Rohit managed to keep it out, top ball.
Because you've got to get that stuff getting into the head of the batsman, and then maybe they freeze up a little bit, make mistakes. A couple go, and then suddenly you could get it. That's the only way it happens.
Indeed, but you need I think even on this pitch, you need another 100 runs to play with. 110 is just too few, sadly.
I think if they lost 2 quick wickets, the next batsman in the pitch might look like a minefield, and then the whole mindset changes.
Oh yeah, we need
psychology.
Psychology, and then England's tails would be up, and
we need a crazy runner. And that one hurried through, but Rohit saw it all the way quite comfortably. flicks it off his pads through mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, you just think that it's something crazy has to happen. It doesn't look like Rohit or Jaiswal will do anything silly, albeit we're soon to seeing a replay of a reverse sweep. Yet something off the pitch or a miscommunication run out, they're probably the two that will really potentially force a wicket at this point.
We're bowling for run-outs, England. Exactly. Hartley around the wicket.
Well, we
shoots
did.
that.
I mean, I was going to say I thought about rain, but I don't think that's going to be.
That ain't going to be the problem. We did nearly have a miscommunication run out not that long ago.
There was one.
Yeah.
There was. Last ball of the over. Hartley round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. The Jaswale. Oh, pulls away. There's another look round. Not quite sure why. Settles on the crease again. Got an aerial view from the drone. Looks very picturesque. Ooh, and he plays backward to that, but no problems. Jaiswal's on 37, Rohit on 46, the score on 83, and that's the end of the 17th over.
Me. Nothing on Twitter. People stop using Twitter.
I think it's probably pretty early. Well, it's pretty early in the morning.
Yeah, well, in some places it's not. It's not where you are. Let's put it that way.
No, well, I mean, I'm here at the ground, so it's
of course,
almost approaching just after 10 o'clock here in the morning. So, well, it's really mid-morning now. But the sun's already beating down. So, yeah, looking forward to finishing this game by lunch and then off to Dharamshala.
Nice. Very nice indeed. Nick Vickers says it was a cracking final yesterday. Well done to Liverpool. Proper old school header from Virgil van Dijk. Yeah, it was. It was a cracking header. I don't know why. The first one was scrubbed off after VAR, but Chelsea had so many bloody chances. They should have won that game. How they didn't win it, I don't know. But hey, that's the way. That's the rub of the green. We have a change in the bowling for England.
This man has come on to bowl.
I was going to let you do the first ball.
Okay, that's all right. So it's Joe Root into the attack, and he floats that one up, but Rohit defends it. Dot ball.
Now I'll play his jingle.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
He's in again. He's round the wicket to the right-handed Rohit. There's a short leg and a slip, and that's punted wide of the man at mid-wicket. Ben Stokes can't get down to it. Throws back his head in exasperation. And they come through for a single. I guess the semi-part-timer, he gets more revs on the ball. He's looser, perhaps, than your two front-line spinners, but it's the last throw of the dice.
Slingy as well. So he might get some more bite off some of the cracks. Oh, yes!
Big slice. It's gone up in the air and it's taken by the old school act. Caught Anderson, bowled Root. Jaiswal did not get all of it. He went for the big shot in the inside-out shot. He got a big, thick outside edge and diving forward using all his athletic frame at a fairly deep point. It was snuffled by Jimmy Anderson, and India have lost their first wicket. Jaiswal's gone for 37, India 84 for 1.
The crowd
Off the pitch.
The crowd
Yeah, it did.
The crowd says you're out.
Good catch.
Yep, we called it. Just it needed something either off the pitch or a crazy run out, and that's exactly what it was. It got off the pitch, hit one of the cracks, puffed up, and then just allowed or forced Jaiswal to be out of position. And yeah, obviously great catch there by the veteran almost in Jimmy Anderson, who says he's about to retire. I'm not sure about that, but
I don't think anyone does.
I don't think he does.
Not tired of saying it. It just we'll see it when we see it. Jaiswal will have to wait until Dharamsala in order to become the highest run scorer in a series in India. If indeed he does achieve that feat. The new batsman is this fellow. Did you want to? Probably got time to ruffle him up.
Yeah, I can do that. It's this man.
It's Gilly Gilly, Austin Telfer, Cats and Ellenbogen by the sea.
I've got a new tweet from my Australian friend who says, "Game on 40. This will go down to the wire." Well, he's a bookmaker, so we shall see. I tend to disagree, but there we are.
Never say never. Another quick wicket here, and it's certainly going to be game on.
Yeah. Never say never again.
Yeah, they still need 100 runs. Yeah, everyone has collapses in them. It's not exactly like it's a
very much have collapses in them.
Yeah, and it's not a flat pitch.
Okay, then.
Adelaide 36 comes to mind. South Africa more recently.
The mood has changed in the commentary box. Everyone's now thinking England are favourites.
Well, I tell you what, if Rohit were to get out soon as well, and you had 2 new batsmen at the crease, then we could have some fun.
Then my friends,
it'll be a bit of fun.
Then we'll have some fun.
You'd still expect him to be safe from here, but
you would imagine
there's a slip. As you said, there's still 100 runs away. It doesn't seem
208 would be best. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. Suddenly a little bit of pressure, and Shubman Gill smashes down on that one like a man hammering a nail into the pitch. Dot ball.
That was a great catch,
there by Jimmy.
And that's floated up, and Gill gets off the mark with the shot down to long on. So that will be a little bit of a relief for him. He gets off strike from the fearsome Joe Root as well.
That really went, didn't it? It really caught something in the pitch, turned pretty much square.
Yeah. It really did turn. But I mean, that's what you expect from a fourth day pitch. But Joe Root was not surprised that Joe Root was the man to exploit it, because the part-time spinner does the one thing they do often have, of course, is more revs. Less control, but more revs. And he comes again for the last ball of the over, and that's defended well enough by Rohit at the end of the 18th. India 85 for 1.
You know what, Jeremy Henderson messages on YouTube says, if you really fancy England, get on there, 25 to 1 on Betfair. You know what, Messi? I'm going to be a fool, or I'm going to put 5 on England, not on Betfair, because I haven't got any money.
There we go.
Love it.
I'll tell you what is interesting though is does Gorilla Cricket have a Spotify account or an album releasing? I think you guys should release the jingles on an album. There's some cracker jingles.
Yeah, I suppose we could do. Well, we'd have to get Mog's permission, and he'd earn all the money because he's got publishing rights. You can do it, Mog, if you want it. I'm not doing your work for you.
Mog will undoubtedly be listening. We wait to hear from Ormond, where the Mog is.
It's
16 to 1 England. I'm going to put 5 on England at 16 to 1. That's an absolute waste of money. But
it's not even a misery bet, is it? It's double misery if that doesn't come off, which it almost certainly won't. They're defended by Gill. First ball off Bashir's new over. He's entering his 6th over. It's number 26.
Watch those odds drop if another wicket falls here.
They've got it as a slip, a short leg, and a very short mid-wicket, and a more traditional mid-wicket. Waiting for the turns, and it's flicked. It's not too far away from Ollie Pope. In there, it's short leg. There's some oohs and ahs, but he gets it away through square leg for a single.
Tell you what, that would have been a great entrance for Ollie Pope into this test match, who's done otherwise done nothing.
Yeah, his contribution has been minimal so far. It was only about a foot away from him as well. And if anyone was going to catch it, Ollie Pope's for a very good. One thing we can say, Ollie Pope, very good short leg.
Yeah, the fans in the crowd here starting to get a lot more oohs and ahs.
It's amazing what excited now. Yeah. Oh, and that hurried through. Bashir's raises an arm. I'm not quite sure why, actually. Because Rohit defends it well enough.
Because if that one squats on the ground, he's pinned plumb LBW.
Yeah. he would be absolutely pinned playing back to those, yeah. But so far so good for Rohit, who's 47 off 63 and looking pretty solid. And Bashir's hurrying through.
If he didn't have a bat and it hit his pad, that would have been out.
Yeah, true. But you know what bear means. So when you play bat that far.
I know. I'm just pulling your leg.
Indeed. Bashir again. Decent ball. Rohit comes down the wicket a couple of strides, but decides against anything too aggressive for defensive dot ball.
One of those turned sharply inside edge pad, loops up to Ollie Pope.
Yep. Suddenly everyone's believing again.
Oh, he's Bears put money on it now.
Oh,
there you go.
That was a false shot. Flicked through the onside, but it eluded
Wow.
short mid-wicket. It can't have been too far away. How far away was that? My feed wasn't great.
I think it was actually pretty straight. It looked initially like he'd kind of flicked it aerially over sort of where mid-wicket was, but he actually flicked it quite straight. But it was aerial. It was definitely loopy.
It's definitely a false shot.
Yeah.
Things are happening. Things are happening now.
That would have
all of
gone
a sudden-
straight down the. Actually, that would have gone straight down the throat of a conventional mid-on.
Yeah, would have done. Getting his head,
There's a bit
Stokesy.
of excitement now. All of a sudden, there's a bit of excitement.
A little bit. I mean, there'll be a little bit of one. I'm going to guess here. There's going to be a little bit of a counter-offensive from Rowett, and suddenly it'll be 70 runs to win, and that will be that. But that's all in the future. You never know.
The door is
India
slightly
87.
ajar. Ever so slightly. The door is slightly ajar.
Two. The zombies are pushing at the door hard. We're holed up in the shopping centre, and there's the zombie. We've got some guns and we've got some canned fish, but the zombies are pushing hard. So I'll drop off from that metaphor. India 87-1.
Yeah, I lost it.
In the 90s. And it's Hartley in again.
Hello.
Let's do him justice, Rohit, that he read that one, and it wasn't the one that turned the wrong and that turned the other way, because it would have been in trouble. It wasn't. He read it correctly, and it was well left. Hartley in again, and pings that one into the middle of the pitch, perhaps sensing that Rohit wants to use his legs. Just defends it more or less from the crease stop ball. It's 105 to win. Psychologically, if India get it under 100, most hope will then drain away completely. Rohit rocks onto the back foot, cuts it wide of the man at the deep point, but there is a sweeper on the boundary, and it'll just be the single. Oh, that's Rohit's 50.
Oh. No, you can get out. You got a 50. Oh, no, you're not actually out. Sorry. I'm playing the wrong thing.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
So, yeah, Rohit's played the captain's innings here. A modest one so far, but that was all that was required. 50 off 69 is exactly what the doctor ordered as far as India were concerned from Rohit. And he's pulled that one down, Hartley, and he cuts it again, Rohit. And this time the sweeper advances. Again, they'll come through for a single.
Hartley's control of length isn't good.
No. It's not been good at all. There's a 4-ball in the offing at any given moment. But on the other hand, at the moment, what's needed is big revs and wickets.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not worry too much about. Rather like in the famous Heading the 81 match when Brady said to Willis, in again. Straightened. Good defensive shot from Shubman Gill. Said to Willis, don't worry about anything else. Don't worry about no balls. Don't worry about your accuracy. Just go hell for leather. Anyway, that was 43 years ago. So back in the present day. Hartley in again. Last ball of the over. And that one's absolutely solid. Defended by Shubman Gill. He remains on 2. The score on 90 for 1 wicket at the end of the 20th.
Right, PR Ramaswamy says a lot of dust floating from the pitch. Good chance for English spinners to capitalise. Might be interesting. Could be interesting. Cricket Take says it's a good take. He says, why does English Australian spinners get a pass for not playing well in India, but not Asian batters who do not have experience in batting on overseas conditions in the same way? Bias against Asian teams is very poor in our game. Whilst I take that point. But I guess batters bat, and the problem is English spinners don't actually bowl, and then they expect to go on a tour. And I'm not giving them an easy time. I do think that Hartley's all right, but he's bowling a short ball. I'm giving him shit, aren't I?
Yeah, In comes Bashir again. Oh, and that's a little aerial. Well, it's very aerial, in fact, but I think more of a deliberate shot this time from Rohit. I think he chipped it over the man at short mid-wicket. He knew what he was doing. Would you say there, Kartik, just comes through for the single?
I think so. I think that was a lot more controlled. But just going back to the spinners, the English spinners, how many of them will actually bowl in England?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
In comes, but we'll return to that in a second. Defended by Gill off Bashir. Yeah, do you want to pick that up, Bear?
Well, yeah, but I mean, the Indian batsmen who don't bat well in England, generally, they're still first-class batsmen who bat every week. This is the thing, the English spinners don't actually even play competitive first-class cricket.
And that is a heave from Shubman Gill. Get Kartik's impression of that in a moment. It's a dot ball. Certainly didn't look particularly in control of that. He went for I think he was going for the big one over deep square leg.
He was going for the big one, but bottom edge luckily was still on the ground. But no damage done.
Another dot ball there. Bashir giving the eyes to... Yes, that was another dot ball. So it's good over from Bashir. He's bowled reasonable, certainly with more control than Hartley in this innings thus far. Comes in for the fourth ball. That's defended by off the back foot this time by Shubman Gill. He looks a little wary at the moment. Looks like he's feeling his way in. Doesn't trust the pitch, perhaps. Went for an extravagant get-out shot, but didn't get all of it. And was a little lucky to survive, perhaps. Last ball of the over from Bashir to Shubman Gill. And this one is played down to mid-on. They hurry through for a single. The score ticks over to 92 for 1. And India are within 100 runs of victory. There.
Could you let Krishna in, please, Bear?
Oh, yeah, can do. Are we due a change soon? I guess we are.
Not for another over, I don't think. It's 3 minutes.
Going back, yeah. I mean, that's... Yeah, okay. I'll shut up. Farong says, quite amusing that Bangladeshi head coach as the PBL final hits off in Mirpur tonight. Who's in the final? Don't know. What was it? Quite amusing that the Bangladeshi head coach blasted the BPL yesterday for the lack of concentration and consistency for those who represent the Tigers in real cricket, red ball cricket. No comment from the BRU. Wow. Spin harder, says Dave Barrett.
Hartley in again, round the wicket to Shubman Gill, who defends it down to mid-off. So, Karthik, question for you. Would you say that this series has captured the public imagination in India? Maybe you don't know, but are people talking about it? Is it in the way that they do?
Look, I think there's... Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Yeah, come back after this ball. Hartley around the wickets. 4 defensive dot ball. Yes, Karthik?
Well, I think they always talk about it whenever India plays, regardless of who they play. This is obviously a big series against England. It's a 5-match series, but I'd say probably once they get to the 5th one, if the series is done and dusted, all eyes will very much be on the IPL, and they'll kind of be going through the motions a little bit.
So, for example, if you're a tabloid journalist, your brief is concentrate on the IPL this year. Test match cricket is secondary to that in terms of audience interest. Dot ball.
I would. If I had to put a percentage on it, I'd probably say it's a 60-40, 60 towards the IPL.
Okay. Okay. Well, at least there's
towards tests.
At least there's 40% hanging out.
The annual boring jamboree.
Hartley goes a little wider on the crease, but Shubman Gill, untroubled, big forward defensive, sees it all the way, and 3 dot balls from Hartley, which is welcome.
Yeah, there's still very much a big interest in Test cricket for India. I mean, obviously they're doing really well, but yeah, the IPL is no doubt once it gets into town, and that's what it's going to be.
Hartley, in an attempt to get more revs on the ball, I suspect, is going wider and wider on the crease, and he managed to get a little bit more purchase on that ball, but not enough to defeat Shubman's immaculate forward defensive dot ball.
How many weeks is the IPL this week? Yeah, is it 12 or something?
Something like that. Yeah. That's where
Last
my
ball
interest
of the
drops.
over, and clipped, not a maiden, clipped wide of the man at a wide-ish mid-on. And at the end of the 22nd over and at the end of our stint together, India only need 99 runs to win. They've got it under 100. They're 93 for 1. See you in half an hour.
The only Premier League I follow is the English one, so I'm not sure about the IPL.
Well, we have a changing crew. It's Dave S is going to take you through the next few overs with Messers in your social chair and Krishna joining from Australia too. We will. Some of us will see you later.
I suspect we've got a drinks break on. Hello, Dave. Hello, Krish. I'll do a few messages here. Bergen Boy says for the same reason I often play captain players who are playing against Arsenal in the Fantasy Premier League. Mog says powerful living dead metaphor cut brutally short, Forthy. Oh dear. And Frank Rothfeller says if a professional dart player can stick it in the 20 9 times out of 10, a professional bowler should be able to hit 1 square foot 11 times out of 12. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that's completely good analogy, seeing as the square on the dartboard is just always a constant. There are no other conditions to deal with. But it's really fucking hard. Have you tried it? Jesus, it's not. A really, really good spinner is going to be able to hit that spot frequently, but every spinner is going to have a failure. It's just the ones who have the least failures are probably going to be the most successful. It's not fucking easy. Speaking from experience that I can just about remember now as a leg spinner in particular, it's really fucking hard.
Getting a leg spin.
Yeah, getting on it. I didn't know I was a leg spinner.
Even
it
better.
Just sort of happened. You know, it turned out that the way I bowled was leg spin off the wrong foot.
That's
So
basically
looking
what I
really
did. Yeah.
odd.
It's your route, Ian. No, this is just a highlight. Sorry. Let's go.
Yeah,
Still continue with our
gotcha.
drinks break.
You've been bishoped.
Oh yeah.
So, gentlemen, comments on the state of play?
Look, I'm staggered. I'm staggered that India was 180 runs behind with only 3 wickets in hand, and here they are about to go 3-1 up in the series.
Yeah.
Just incredible turnaround yesterday.
Yeah. It's how quickly things can really turn on a penny in India. Didn't really have too many of these days in the series thus far. We've had a few of them in the past, but you see one particular day or 1 hour of madness to it all goes belly up, basically.
Yeah,
it happened to Australia last year when they visited India as well. They had one bad session in Delhi, which just put them out of the series effectively.
Yeah. And it happens. It really does. And I don't think you need to look at these things through a baseball prism at all. It's just Test cricket.
Oh, no.
You know?
No. That was incredible batting from Dhruv Jurel and Kuldeep as well. So sometimes it just happens.
And people like Jurel,
Crawley was
test match
great
ready.
too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, he was. Yeah. People like Jurel, test match ready, second test match, and he's just played the most responsible, beautiful innings yesterday.
Yeah.
93 for 1. We have Bashir continuing. None for 30 off his 7 overs. Just stumbles a bit, doesn't aborts the run up. And he skips in. Fall outside off stump. That is driven to the man at mid off who just misses it and goes back to retrieve it. And he skips again. I believe it's Lawrence who is on the field. They run for 2, I believe. Oh, just the 1. 98 to win.
So the next test match is Bairstow's 100. Given that this series is...
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think he will play?
Yeah, I think he will. I think with this captain-coach combination, they won't drop him for several matches, despite the fact that for the rest of us, we think he might be dropped, like we thought Crawley ought to be dropped.
Yeah. I mean, would they? Would you think they'll ever drop Bairstow?
Well, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if the folks Bairstow competition comes back in the English summer.
Yeah. Bashir in again. It's a bit short outside the off stump, just blocked by Rohit. Yeah, I don't know with the metrics, what sort of metrics they look at. I mean, there's a lot of feel and vibes, but Folks has played some very important innings. He spent a lot of time at the crease. Kind of tends to get forgotten sometimes. Bashir in. That is full. Oh, it's just kind of chipped to a leg slip position, a vacant leg slip. Goes through to the man at 45 for no run. Just trying to get any sort of ghosts, trying to generate any sort of interest. Stokes and the boys, 98 to win. Looks like Jimmy at 45. Bashir in. Full, great line outside off stump. Rohit comes down, just flicks it to Stokes at mid-wicket for no run.
There was a discussion just before we came to air about the significance of Test cricket to the Indian cricket fan, and I've got some thoughts on that as well. I'll just pause until the next ball.
Bashir in. Just a bit shorter. Rohit turns it. Anderson tidies up. They just get the single.
I talked to a lot of cricket fans who used to be cricket fans, but they're just over the glut of cricket that is in India now, and they just can't keep up with the amount, just the pure sheer volume of cricket that's going on in the country.
Sheer volume of cricket in the world, and then India too. It's very hard to kind of to keep up with it all and get relevance for all of it, I suppose. Something will eventually have to give. Bashir in for the last ball of the over. That is short. Gill tries to turn it, but Stokes meets the challenge for no run. 95 for 1 at the end of the over. What do we got on social messages?
So Cricket Take says, success has many fathers. Teams' failures have many press coverages. The BCCI insider leaks sources has completely turned Indian fans into tribal idiots for their favourite stars. Although baseball has united Indian fans into having a siege mentality of us versus them. Yeah, it's weird, the whole impact of the press coverage of it. Gideon Haigh read something last week on his newsletter saying England are mutating from something uniquely refreshing into something very monotonous, leading even when they're trailing, winning even when they lose, worseningly in love with their own reflections. And I think there's a lot of that going on, and it is just really tedious to watch.
I think I read that actually,
just be honest.
The other observation I'd make is that the Indian fan used to just flood to the ground when heroes like Gavaskar would bat or Kohli would bat, and when they went out, the ground would just be empty. People would just say, well, that's it, he's gone out, I've seen what I want to see, which suggests to me that individual success of their heroes was more important than their team success.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, if MS Dhoni was playing in this game, there wouldn't be a spare seat in the house.
No.
Given this is his home ground. I
see footage of a painter who's painting the ground.
Hartley in, close to the stumps, into Rohit. Rohit fixes it down to mid-on for no run. Yeah, not sure who the painter was, but he's just getting some final shots of this fourth test match as it comes to a close. We don't know what result yet, but 97 to win for India, 95 for 1.
Hopefully he's got tickets to Dharamsala where it's going to be more panoramic than this ground.
It's a bit shorter there, and it is cut away to what looks like Bashir on the offside, sweeping position, just for the one.
What did you guys make of Michael Vaughan's comments that we now need a camera in the OB van that manages DRS?
He's a total dick. I mean, basically, he's trying to draw attention to himself. He's implying that India are somehow cheating, which is one of his special subjects. He's just a fucking horrible person. I cannot stand Michael Vaughan.
I'll leave it to you, Jez.
Bradman.
No, I think everything's in the prism with Michael Vaughan. Everything's in the prism of drawing attention to himself. I think once you realise that, Hartley aborts that. The umpire has stopped him.
And why does such an esteemed organisation as the BBC give him the airspace and put him on the journalist podcast then?
it's
Very good question.
partly in. That is on leg stump, flicked to the man at mid wicket for no run, 86 kilometres.
I have to say, from
also,
a personal point of view, my esteem for the BBC has declined considerably over the last decade.
Yeah, sure.
Partly setting himself. Midway in the crease. Ooh, that was a beauty. That was a Jaffa just on that middle and leg line. It completely beats Gill, who gets nothing of the edge. It encourages Stokes, who's furiously clapping. Let's have a look again. A curl beautifully ripped just off that surface. A great take by Folks. Yeah, he's very
his
excited.
weird feet when he first came to the crease, and now he seems rooted to the crease.
That really comes in. That is on leg stump, and it is blocked. Just 5 off 21, getting slightly bogged down is Gill. Rohit with 54 off 77, so he's been doing bulk of the moving since Jaswell's gone.
They're exactly halfway there, aren't they?
Yeah. 96 for 1, 96 to win for India. Partly in. That is full. It's just clipped in kind of wideish mid on for a single. So it's 2 off the over. 97 for 1, 24 overs. What have we got on social? We got anybody out there?
Yeah, Mog asked me if I updated my bio on the website yet. No, I haven't. I'm going to send some copy to Bear this week. Bogan Boy says, thanks for your bringing in MS Dundee. He was perhaps the first who didn't care about his personal records. And if you look at its stats, his are excellent, but not elite. Mog says, Varney speaks highly of you too, Messrs. Well, I could see that if only you hadn't blocked me. Barry Bullshit says, Barry Belicit says, can't stand Michael Vaughan either. And Will Emin says, Vaughan is a total Bradman. He spouts conspiratorial bile. Yeah, that's a very good description of the arsehole.
I saw a good tweet saying that cricket has accidentally come up with a good system for decision review system, and now we probably just want to needlessly complicate it and make it into VAR or something. I don't know. So it seems to me,
as Bear said, it's worked really well.
It has, surprisingly so. So just take it for what it is. Bashir in. That is short, right. Gill looks to sweep the repealing. It has hit the pad. It goes down the leg side. They run through for a single. Having a think about a review. What is Stokes going to do? Timer's counting down. Ooh.
I thought Dharamsala might have actually given that out. He's taken a long time to make his decisions in this test.
It's given us a leg by anyway. I'd let they review that. No.
Pitching outside leg.
Yeah. Did not have a lot going for it. Did that. Was going down. Very much so. But Gill just in a bit of bother. So he's 6 from 24. Not quite getting off strike fluently. Rohit, though, is not having that problem. 54 from 77. Bashir in England somewhat encouraged, I'm sure. Comes in. That is full outside the off stump. A leg delivery that is blocked.
And the other question, I guess, about the Indian players is what do they see as the preeminent format? Is it Test cricket or is it IPL? They know that even if they fail here, they can go next week to the IPL and earn their millions.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure they love both.
Buller on the off stump line. It's kind of flicked to Stokes at mid wicket for no run. Yeah, you hear a lot of people say that Test cricket is their favourite format, but is it really? I don't know.
I think they feel better about themselves if they perform well in Test cricket than they would in the IPL.
Bashir in. Full lovely flighted on off stump that is met by Road. It comes out of his crease slightly and he drives it too long on. Stokes clapping just to keep the vibes going. Just having a look at that. Gill versus Bashir, this contest. Very interesting. Gill
Showing him using his feet a lot more.
tending to come out. Very good use of the feet. Not so much at the moment though, and he's facing up to Bashir. He just aborts that. Just getting it right. It's not a bad idea. Just making England wait. 93 runs to win. Comes in. It's a bit shorter. He blocks it. The ball came down and just kind of spat on the ground. You didn't know which way it was going to go. Folks tidies it up. But he kept it away from the stumps. He didn't really know where it was going to go.
There is a bit of a break for the fifth test now, isn't there? They don't.
Yeah, the next test is until Thursday week.
Yep, that's it. Bashir in shorter. Gill tries to turn that away but cannot get it past Stokes, and that is the over. 99 for 1 after 25 overs. India needing 92 to win.
Dave Barrett says, "Come on, Ben, your Hollywood moment awaits. Bowl now." Cricket Takes responding to your comments about Indians following their heroes. He says, "That's harsh, to be honest. It's just people didn't trust other players to do what Sachin couldn't finish." Chennai in '99 had a standing ovation for Pakistan after beating India. A lap of honour too. Yeah, I think the tribalism that you talked about earlier, though, has taken hold more, and everything's become binary.
Very much so.
For a lot of people in cricket, so this hero-villain thing is increasingly strong and destructive, in my judgment.
Hartley continues to Rohit. It comes down the crease and he is stumped by Folks. That is incredible, beautiful delivery. Drove it into the pitch. Really was in no position to get down to that. It was short, as Hartley tends to do. Rohit made no contact with that ball, and Folks did exactly what was expected of him in that position. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful dismissal, and well needed. The bear will be thrilled.
So in a matter of 5 seconds, the odds against England on Betfair moved from 33 to 1.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well bowled.
That was a beauty, really was. Beatty said he loved it. He loved the stumping because you beat him in the air and you beat him off the pitch, and that's exactly what he did. One of the best. 55 of 81, Rohit Sharma. That is a big, big, big wicket.
That was a lovely piece of play, and that's exactly why you don't want Bear stay behind the stumps again.
Oh God, jeez. He could have pulled it off. He could have pulled it off, but of course, Folks just has that happy knack of his footwork, his head, everything is always perfect. Those percentages, he's always gonna nail. Usually quite aesthetically pleasing as he does so. Which brings Patidar to the crease. What a time to come in.
No, I'd say he'd be on his last chance as well if Rahul Rahul's anywhere near fit. Dharamsala, he's going to be back in the team at Patidar's expense.
Richard Patidar. Richard Patidar.
Be interested to see if they issue the team with hand warmers for Dharamsala.
Yeah.
I think Messi, you were saying it was 10 degrees there or less?
Oh, bloody hell.
It was 5 degrees yesterday, a maximum of 7 yesterday. I haven't looked at that.
It's like pre-season in Dublin. Bloody hell. No, I love it.
That's out of the county season in April, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Patidar facing his first delivery from Hartley. England buoyed by that, no doubt. Just a bit of ticker now. Folks looking around. Root at slip. He's looking at all the angles. Stokes is moving his hands. Hartley in. That is a very full leg stump. Patidar kind of flicks it to square leg for a single. Doesn't get it through though. There's no run.
You can still believe there's quite a lot of passion out there.
It's much warmer in Dharamsala today. It's 7 degrees. It's going to get to 8.
That was dragged down the surface again by Hartley. Rips, curls. Did that delivery to Patidar, and just got a bit of an outside edge by the looks of it.
I think they're showing the Sharma dismissal. He was
Oh,
actually
yeah, yeah.
He actually edited it.
Yeah, yeah. Double time. Hardly into Patadar. Full, just on his toes. Kind of flicks it to Jimmy at 45. No run. Yeah, Rohit would have.
Smile on Sharma's face.
Yeah, he would have liked to have brought it home. Partly just slowing it down. Comes in wide of the crease, very wide. That is full on middle stump. It is blocked on that. Well, there's one more in the over actually.
I heard Shubman Gill being described as the Carl Hooper of today's generation.
I suppose he is.
So much potential, but he just doesn't achieve as much as he should.
Yeah, yeah.
That could be said for so many of us.
Yeah, yeah. Partly in. Ooh.
Speak for yourself, Messi.
We were all Carl Hoopers at one point. And that is the over. 99 for 2 after 26.
Jonathan Seafeld says, I couldn't understand what Vaughan meant by his camera plan. We're just going to watch the third umpire staring at a computer screen or the TV director staring at a TV screen. It's all about Vaughan just making himself sound controversial. Mog says, Dhoni didn't think of his own record. Why was he always seen marshalling the game along so he could claim the glory of winning in the last over? Well, yeah. MM says, I would disagree with both your statements. MS wasn't the first selfless person to do that, and his record is excellent. Second best to Gilchrist.
That was full from Bashir, and that is driven to Anderson at long on for a single. Brings Patadar onto strike. 100 up for India, 100 for 2.
Yeah, somehow Stokes has to conjure up a feeling of uncertainty in the Indians, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Anything, just a little bit of something. Bashir got Patadar out in the first innings. Bashir, yeah. Full and off stump. Oh, it's a catch taken. Very incredible. That was really well taken by Pope, a short leg. Bashir is pumped, and that is Patadar gone.
I think that's Patadar gone for the series.
Yeah, I suspect so.
Rahul's out for the whole series. He's not coming back.
There we go. There we go for the pair. Yeah, it was just curled in, outside off stump, got inside edge onto pad, it flew up, ballooned. That was well taken by Ollie Pope. Incredible wicket. England pumped.
Is it on? Is it on?
Certainly some tremors in the dressing room now.
It possibly is. Patadar, who walks away 0 of 6 deliveries.
Yeah, that's not been a happy series for Patadar, has it?
No, it's been tough. It's been difficult. It's been difficult. He struggled a little bit. 92 to win. India, 100 for 3. Brings Ravindra Jadeja into the action.
All things being equal. Apologies.
Ravindra comes in. We're getting through his hand signals. We're getting direction from the bear. He's just getting the best out of us, out of the talent. Jadeja is taking guard, getting set, getting ready. Probably a good man to come in at this point. Gill 7 for 27. Has kind of failed to really get going.
If India win this test, who do you think would be man of the match?
Ravi Ashwin, maybe?
Yeah, possibly Ravi Ashwin. He got 5. Kuldeep got 4. Yeah, that was in the innings of 90. Round the wicket from Bashir to Jadeja. That is bit of an edge or something. It just kind of popped up, spun a bit, no run, goes behind square on the offside.
In England win, I dare say it will be Bashir.
Yeah. His first fifer in professional cricket. Wide of the wicket. Ooh, it was just on a leg stump line. Turned a bit, squared him up. Didn't seem to go anywhere particular. There was no fielder. It was a vacant area. England have that license really just to say that there's a bit of something here for you, India. There's a demon here, and that is played to the offside. It was full to Ravindra Jadeja. Great catch by Pope.
It was a very good catch.
Oh yeah, last of the over. Bashir to Jadeja, wide of the crease. Ooh, just full on that middle and leg stump line. It was blocked. 100 for 3 after 27. What have we got in social? Who's up with us?
Well, there was some further discussion about Dhoni, but Sagir Parker says, game on, gents. Tumasakiti says, come on, England. Sagir says, Patidar has been a huge disappointment this series. I admit some of his dismissals have been due to Paul's behaving oddly, but if it happens this often, there's something wrong. Willow Moon says, is this game back on? I should point out that England are under a contractual obligation to allow hope to knock on the door in every match, and then it fucks off. So, you know, it's designed to get England fans on the edge and then
just to reel you in. Yeah. Surfers to come in, and Durrell as well to follow. Hartley comes in to Gill, is full, has a drive. It reaches Ollie Pope, who's just wearing his hat, who's at cover, no run.
Well, we've seen a collapse of 3 for 16.
Yep. Tend to get big collapses in India. Hartley in. It's driven, it's not as full as delivered before. Just blocks out. It curled a good bit. Didn't quite rip, but lovely bit of curl.
Gill's playing nothing cricket here, it looks like, doesn't it? He doesn't have any plan. He's not trying to exert any influence on the game.
Yeah, what exactly is he trying to do? Hartley comes in. Just flicks that to the man at mid-on. He was in business. There was kind of quite a hastily taken run. You could just sense that bit of panic and franticness from Gill, just eager to get off strike. 91 to win. Eager to get the senior man on strike, Jadeja.
The type of situation where you need someone to come in and just hit a quick 30 or 40 just to ease the nerves.
Yeah. That was well covered by Root. It could have gone for 4 bungers. As that throw was flung in by mid-on. Jadeja to face his first from Hartley, I think. Hartley coming in left arm round to the left-handed batter. Just getting that field right.
I really do feel the need for the Indians to take some.
Ooh, that was just on Midland leg, but it ripped and kept incredibly low. Everybody's missed it, and it's gone for 4 balls. It's very harsh, and folks. Root has a bit of a joke. Stokes has a bit of a smile. There's not much you can do about those.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Stokes popped 2 balls like that on the stumps, whereas this one was down the leg side.
Just the way it is. If that was, well, I mean, I don't think it was quite pitching in line, but you don't want those to be on your stumps.
Hands on India's plan to win on extras?
Yeah, it seems to be the way. 2 left in the over for Jadeja to face from Hartley. He continues around the wicket. Rips it in. Ooh, it's blocked. Stokes there at mid-wicket. He's quick to get in. No run.
Well, this is my last session for this test, so I'll see you gents in Dharamsala, and hopefully it's 2-all.
That went quickly. Yes, indeed. See you there.
We'll see you there.
Bring your gloves.
Yeah, bring your gloves and your hat, woolies, whatever you got. We're bringing in a man. We've got a man at...
some of Perth's weather, Messi. It's 39 on Wednesday here.
Very nice, very nice.
Good luck. 39 in Melbourne is hot.
Yes, it's pretty hot. Pretty hot. Partly comes in round the wicket. Ooh, that is flicked by Jadeja to the man at deep mid wicket. I think they just got a single. But there was an amended field there by Stokes. But 106 for 3 after 28. I think we are due a change.
We are indeed. I'll do a couple of tweets.
Go on,
Cricket Take says, did anyone notice how India got like 24 seconds on the DRS timer yesterday? I can't say I did. Umbrino Ovo says, morning, wonderful GC. Back to the Folks issue, one of my favourites. Has Folks dropped many this series? I can remember one possibly, but not many more. I do have very thick rose-tinted specs on, mind you. At least the keeper's drops is not a narrative of this series. That's quite true. Cricket Take says Indian Ranchi players are paid well, but since they are not permitted to play franchise T20 cricket in other countries, they still have to look up to Test cricket to have a long career.
In comes Bashir for the first ball of his next over, defended by Jade.
Is it? I think it's me, Forthy. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me just have a quick look. You're probably right.
You're on tweets, Forthy, and Dave Barrett is next.
Okay. My sincere apologies. I'll know my place.
Not at all. This ball is defended by Jadeja. I'm not sure even what day it is, having woken up in a cold London town at some unearthly hour, and having spent 5 minutes in the waiting room waiting to get on, in which 5 minutes England took 2 wickets. So the game has moved on as Shoaib is moving on to the crease. It's defended by Jadeja, and there is no run. It's not quite in the balance, but it's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Very interesting. Look at his face. Just look at his face. Well, we want to be looking at Shoaib Bashir's face. And we might be soon, because that was a beautiful delivery. Dear me, he's bowling well. Comes in, bowls at a decent pace from a decent height, and he turned that ball past the defensive bat of Jadeja. It was well taken by folks behind the stumps, and there will be no DRS. Yes, for all the good work of folks behind the stumps, what seems to be the crucial innings in this match is that of Dhruv Jurel, who was brilliant in that first innings. And that's another lovely ball from Bashir, who beats the defensive bat of Jadeja. Jadeja getting a bit of his own medicine here, albeit right arm off spin as opposed to Jadeja's left arm. I mean, he missed that by 2 backwards as he's in again, and this time it's the inside edge, and England have got Jadeja in a cage here. Can they make it count? It's the end of the over. It's 106 for 3. It's great stuff.
Well, yes, it may be great stuff, but I don't think we've got any new comments on Twitter. I will, however, read out my my Australian friend, who is a bookmaker, who has sent me a message saying, hang on a second, hang on. But ye of little faith, I'm just about got Pom's favourites. Pitch is getting harder by the over. So, and he's a bookmaker.
There you go.
Well, it's Hartley wide of the crease, bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Gill, who is seemingly of no mind rather than 2 minds. He doesn't seem to have a clear idea as to whether to attack or defend, but maybe he's just going to accumulate. If you accumulate on this pitch, you've got one with your name on. A little bit of a leading edge to that one, and it drops short of the man at short extra. But that again is a indeterminate shot from Shubman Gill. He sort of put his foot forward and was attempting to turn it into the leg side, and it's shot off the leading edge. He's got to play some more positively here, hasn't he, Shubman Gill?
I think so.
He's in again, and he just defends this ball back slightly uppishly to Tom Hartley.
There was one a couple of hours ago where I think he tried to chip it to mid on, but it was like run, and there's a bit of frantic energy I think with Gill. You don't want that to infect everyone else because that is collapsed territory.
Absolutely. Hartley's in again, and this is just lent on by Gill, who takes the single that's on offer to mid-on, who is Zach Crawley. And you can see why they're leaving that single open, because he does have to close the face a little. That brings the leading edge into play. Stokes is always thinking, how can we get the man out? I do like these two spinners. I know that Jack Leach has his admirers, but these two guys want to take a wicket with every ball. Every ball. It's the audacity of youth, but more than that, it's the backing of the skipper. It really is tremendous stuff to watch. I never thought I'd see an England side play like this.
It's true. It's true. It's different roles. It's like a rainy day in Stoke. Would you take him on a cold day in Wellington? I don't know, but yeah, they're good.
I don't know either, but I'm going to revel in what we see now.
Yeah,
this ball is defended and there is no run. Even if England lose this match, for England to be this deep into the fourth test in India with a tyro attack, with players missing, okay, India have got players missing, it really is absolutely fantastic, and it's the product of an all-encompassing philosophy. Doesn't matter what you call it. As Hartley's in again, and this ball just drops a little short of the sprawling man, who I think is Ollie Pope, at backward square, but I don't think there was any bat on it. India are 85. They've got 85 to get, and they will not be given these 85. Psychologically, that's a lot more than that as we go to a break. And we can hear any tweets now then.
Well, we can if there were any, although I think there's things happening on YouTube. Not exactly sure what the last comment was, so I'll read up from the bottom and people can stop me. Oh, hang on. Messages is going to tell me. Oh, God. Face ID. Just Face ID'd that. Willow Moon. Right, okay. YouTube. Sagia Parker. Patty Dar staying at not out and being there at the end is unlikely given the way he's played this season. True enough. Disinterested hand job. No offence to the proud fraternity of bookmakers, but they're all rampant fucking charlatans. I do hope my friend isn't listening who is a bookmaker. Frank Rockefeller, gotta get the Indians panicking. Well done, England. Stop me if they've started playing cricket again.
They have. That ball is just pushed by Shubman Gill to the man at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. He's in again as Shoaib, and this is wide of the off-stump. That's a decent shot from Shubman Gill. That was the first loose delivery I've seen in a while. It was too wide of the stump, so Shubman Gill went back, waited for the ball, and just played a late cut, an old-school late cut, really, to deep third man, where it was chased and retrieved, but 3 runs ensue, so 82 are required now. Shoaib Bashir has a wry smile on his face. He was probably looking for the kind of dream delivery that kicks a yard into the stumps there, and he didn't get it. But there was tremendous work again there from Joe Root. The old man in the field, Jimmy Anderson's catch was absolutely fantastic, if you want to look that up. And Joe Root there running 80 yards and sprawling to bring the ball back and save a single run, as this ball is defended by Jadeja, who has 1 from 15. England have got the tourniquet on here. Every now and again there's a release ball. You expect that from young spinners. But when the heat is on, Ben Stokes has got it dialed all the way to 11. And so Shoaib round the wicket again. That's a brilliant delivery. A brilliant delivery from Shoaib that kicked off at the line of the stumps, really, and was well taken by folks behind. Jadeja had no idea with that. That's the caprice that's in this wicket. It's an old school, I would suggest, 4th day pitch here in India. It's going up and down, it's going side to side. You've got to score your runs when you can get them. Shoaib's in again round the wicket, and this ball is defended, but off the outside edge. It just goes past the first slip, and it's fielded at short third man, and they're through for a welcome single. India on Nelson, 111 for 3, 81 required. Have we got anything coming through now?
Yes. My friend says charlatan, my bookmaker friend says charlatan is one of the more pleasant descriptions I've heard.
Yes, indeed. Oh, there is one more ball left in the over. I didn't think there was, but there is. So it's Shubman Gill on strike. He's got a backward short leg, and he's got a slip to contend with, and he's got a silly mid on. And another edge of the bat here, and it goes out to backward point where I think that's Joe Root again does the fielding run round front slip. It's the end of the over, 112 for 3. 80 runs. I'll just say one more thing if I may, and of course I don't need permission because I talk too much anyway, is I know there is some antipathy to this word baseball, but it really is completely different cricket to any England side I have seen. This level of self-belief, this commitment to young players in particular. I mean, Ollie Robinson may say something different, but Ben Stokes, he will freeze out those whom he believes are not delivering. But it's just completely different to anything I've seen. Not so long ago, England were refusing to chase, was it 240 or something in 65 overs? I mean, this is so different. As Hartley is in, and that's a half volley, and Shubman Gill gets plenty of it, and it goes out to, I think the aforementioned Ollie Robinson, at sweeping on the cover boundary, and they're through for 2. So a nice little fight back here from England. It was Ollie Robinson.
So I've got a question for you, Gary, and for Dave as well.
Oh, yeah?
If Jeff Boycott was averaging 58 in county cricket at a strike rate of 45,
this ball was just touched to backward square, and there's no run. Go on.
Would he be a candidate for getting into the current England team?
Dave?
I think there'd be room. There's room for, yes, people with different methods, I think. I don't think it all has to be, I think you have to have certain players in there who support.
Hartley is in, and this ball is defended, and it is no run. My view is slightly different, I think, in that one of the other elements of baseball, like all of it, it is controversial. And we're seeing it now with Tom Hartley, who before the series, I can promise you, there's enough clips of me if you want to find them at Guerrilla Cricket as this ball is defended, no run. I said he shouldn't be bowling for Lancashire. And ironically, next season he might not be bowling for Lancashire because Nathan Lyon's been signed.
Oh, yeah.
And Shoaib Bashir was barely bowling for Somerset. He famously has had, 5 first-class games before he played for England. As Hartley is in again, and this is a half volley again, but can't get past the man at short extra. England are clearly, again, as part of this radical approach to cricket. You can give it a name, or you can just say it's a whole set of different ideas. But they're picking players for what they can do as a role in the team. This ball is defended, and there is no run. And if England wants an opener who can average 58 at a strike rate of 40, they'll pick the opener who can average 58 at a strike rate of 40. But if they want an opener who can average 42, shall we say, at a strike rate of 80, like Zach Crawley, then they'll pick them instead. So I think it would depend how they would see it, how they would see the balance of the side. I don't think it's something which is a cult. I don't think, and Joe Root has proved it in the first innings, that you will be ostracised if you don't play the requisite number of reverse ramps and reverse sweeps and so on. I really do think it is a matter of saying to a player, these are your strengths and I will back you all the way with your strengths. And part of that backing, as Shoaib is in again, and this is defended by Jadeja, who still only has 2 from 19, part of that backing is to say to a player, what do you want to do? What is your responsibility here? If you make mistakes and it's your responsibility, you will be allowed to make those mistakes. We will back you. And in the long run, that is proving to be a success. In the short run, there are failures with it. As this ball takes the outside edge, and again Jadeja is stuck in this box by a 20-year-old spinner. 20-year-old spinner.
Yeah.
Dave, all you have to say now is yes, no, or that would be an ecumenical method.
So, yeah, we're dropping Boycott, are we? Is that where we got to?
Well, he was dropped, of course, having made a double century. for slow scoring. This ball is defended, and there is no run, so it's hardly unprecedented.
So, Dave, would you pick boycott?
No, I'm dropping him. I'm dropping him just to hear what he says. I'll call him myself.
You play with sticky rhubarb. Let's show up again.
We got a super chat.
Oh,
this ball is just pushed to extra cover, and we'll go to your super chat.
Hattie the Batty has given us a couple of quid. All very welcome to the conversation. She's just got a massive, big red thumbs up. So thank you so much, Hattie the Batty.
Thank you
That's
very
all
much.
you have to do. It doesn't matter what you post. We'll take your money. And very welcome it is too.
It is indeed. Oh, he goes back. And it's dangerous playing back to a full ball or fullish ball. That kept low, and Jadeja just jabbed the bat on it in time. And I think that's the scrambling of thought here. Jadeja doesn't know whether to stick or twist. He's playing against type here. He has 2 off 23. And this doesn't happen by chance. It happens because the bowling is so good and the captaincy is so positive. Shoab's in again and comes forward much more positive footwork.
Here's a question. Hartley or Bashir? You can only save one of your kids. Who are you taking?
Hartley or Bashir? Well, I mean, Hartley's been England's find to the series. He's been absolutely fantastic, but I have really enjoyed watching Shoaib Bashir bowl in this test. He's got ice in his veins. He just keeps coming in. It's just fantastic.
We're getting a lot of tweets in saying Gary. We're a bit unclear about whether Gary likes baseball and a bit. Seems to be sitting on the fence a bit.
He drank the Kool-Aid.
I was wrong, I thought it was wrong, and the bear was much more positive.
But then the master leaded you.
We've got a few YouTube comments. Got a few YouTube comments. Let me read that. Willow Moon. So, Messrs, what are you saying is that Pope is edging us? Carl Herbert +2 looks interesting now. A little ball's behaving badly is what we all need. Raj Shornak, I was wrong. I thought the India openers would see the game through, maybe win with no more than 2 outs. Is there cricket breaking out?
Very soon, because Hartley's at the top of his run. He's very quick in his work, another element that I like. And he goes back to this Shubman Gill and jabbed the bat down on one that was keeping low. Go on, Forby.
Bagan Boy, no, this is not 1997 Barbados, for anyone who thought it was. And these clowns are not ambitious Frank pros. Adelaide Barmies, morning everyone. If we get a couple more... Oh, disappeared. Oh, it's back. Before lunch, we're in here. We're leaving it late for that now.
We are. I think one more before lunch and we're in here. In fact, we're in here now because the Indians are clearly feeling the pressure from these two.
It's gone slow. Gone very slow.
Gill has 15 from 44, and it's a bit of a leg side delivery there from Hartley. But when you've been bowling so well, you do tend to get away with more of them. And because Gill's not in a positive mindset, he just pushed that to the man at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. And it is no run.
There's always a danger on, like poor Collingwood in Adelaide, that you drop the anchor so deep you can't haul it up again. You just get stuck.
Well, indeed, and see a little bit of anxiety there as Jadeja comes halfway down the track where there was no chance of a run whatsoever, and there's a bit of a conversation now with the batsman, just a bit of dissension there. Jadeja's telling them, look, it's a leg side delivery. All you've got to do is beat that one man at backward square to get a single, and Shubman Gill couldn't. England will be reminding him of that as this ball is defended again. There is no run. Yeah, the bear was very good. I've got to give him credit here. He instinctively understood this approach England had taken when he first saw it, and he predicted that England would cause trouble by playing in this style. 2 years ago I didn't see it at all. A year I was kind of probably, but not definitely, and now I'm all in, completely all in with this. It's amazing stuff.
Dave? We've got a super chat. That's my input.
Have we? Oh, hang on.
This ball is defended, and there is no.
Oh God! We got two.
Yeah.
We've got. Well, not only have we got two. The first one. Thank you so much, Jonathan Seafelt. $4.99 says, "Have been enjoying your company these last few nights here in deep in the heart of Texas. Thanks, Gorillas." Shall I break off?
Yeah, I remember in a Warner Brothers cartoon.
I've got another one.
Go on.
Frank Rockefeller, $20.
Bloody hell.
Bazball is dualistic, filling in the gaps and taking advantage of the weaknesses in the opposition, in my opinion. You can have whatever opinion you want, Frank Rockefeller, when you've given us $20.
Well,
and we will not question it.
A single gets Shubman Gill to the other end, and it is the end of the over. Yeah, deep in the heart of Texas, I remember there's a Warner Brothers cartoon where Bugs Bunny or Porky Pig or something go to the small town of deep in the heart of Texas. Kind of thing I enjoy.
Good song by Orange Juice called Texas. Crazy Chap says, much maligned all-rounder Root has a wicket. Get in there, lad. And
true, very true.
I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with my Twitter feed. There might well be. But it seems to.
I went to see Orange Juice in about 1980, I would guess.
Oh, so did I.
Eric's in Liverpool. Well, maybe we're at the same gig because
I was Scamps in Oxford. Don't forget, I'm part of the jeunesse dorée of the Oxbridge crew, Gary.
Yes, the bright young things.
You despise.
Oh, I don't at all. This ball is pushed to short mid-wicket and there is no run. No, Edwin Collins broke a guitar string after about 3 songs and decided that was enough. So
that was it? Bloody hell.
That was it. The rest of the band did play a brilliant ad hoc version of, I think, Funky Town, which was in the charts at the time, Lips Inc. And so that was very enjoyable.
Quite a bit of funk, Orange Juice. Are you a fan of Orange Juice, Dave?
Yeah, I enjoyed the drink, enjoyed the music.
There was that whole Scottish New Wave thing, wasn't there? Roddy Frame seemed to be the leader at tender age of 16 or so as this ball is defended. And there is no
Postcard Records, Joseph K, Orange, and Aztec Camera. They also had the go-betweens on Postcard, who were clearly not Scottish. Australia.
Yeah, I thought We Could Send Letters was a beautiful teenage love song.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
Yeah, Brian Wilson would have been very proud of writing that, I think.
Funny thing about Roddy Frame is he said he sat down and he wanted to write like Marky Smith, but everything that came out the end of his pen sounded like Burt Bacharach. Couldn't do anything about it.
Well, there's an appeal there from behind the stumps from Ben Folks, who goes full kind of Romanovs in Ekaterinburg when he appeals, both arms high up against the wall. But there is no attempt at a DRS. But
they had to think about it, but yeah.
Shubman Gill is still on strike here. Round the wicket to right-handed Shoaib Bashir. It's a quicker ball. It's just defended by Shubman Gill, who you get the idea is just hoping for these runs to just disappear, the runs that are required. He isn't making much of an effort to get them, but he's hopeful that the time and tide of Test cricket will evaporate up the target. 77 required.
I was just thinking, if this gets really quiet between the two of them, will we eventually get into run-out territory?
Well, run-outs are always on in a run chase. I don't know whether your friend the bookie thought he starts to lower the odds of the next dismissal being run-out, but there comes a point where a run-out appears inevitable in a run chase, doesn't it? And then it turns up. There's a little bit of an inside edge there from Shubman Gill, who, unlike earlier in his innings when he seemed to be stepping out of the crease with some conviction, sort of half shuffled, half sort of crabbed his way out there and got an inside edge on it. Went to the infield where England have managed to do two things. They've managed to have an attacking field and cut out with the singles, which is quite something, really. It's the last ball of this over from Shoaib Bashir, who drops a little bit short, and Gill very nervously takes off for a single, which they probably wouldn't have crossed because it only went straight to short extra. And you can feel the nerves between Gill and Jadeja. Jadeja's an old pro, but he doesn't look it here. They are so worried about things. Just 5 minutes to the break. If you didn't know, this is my only stint of the day, so I had to put all the energy and all the thoughts into it. So my apologies.
Work that out. Crazy Chap on YouTube says, and very nicely, if I may say so, uniting two of our recent threads. Rip it up and start again. That's Wazball. Very nice.
Oh, very good.
Oh, very good. And Disinterested Handjob says, I sit down to write a tune like Leonard Cohen, but they always come out like Scott Hull. Dave, how do you see the match right now?
I'm trying to see how this plays out. Where do the runs come from? What does Gill think is going to happen in the next passage? I don't know. I feel like Jadeja. This is what I think about the run out. Is that I think Jadeja is really eager to move this on. He knows they need to move this on. Now we've got a bowling change actually.
Yeah, we have.
He's eager to move it on. So a bit of a push and pull.
Yeah, I'm saying no there because I think the bear is not going to give us a jingle from that shrug of the shoulders that I saw. It's the start. It's the start of Stingray, isn't it? Where they say anything can happen in the next half hour, and you do get the feeling that this test is very much in that Stingray formation as Jadeja gets himself, or no, it's Shubman Gill. No, it is Jadeja gets himself off strike with a much welcome single. There, so there has a tiny bit of release from the first ball.
A little bit, and he just kind of furiously sprinted as well in that Jadeja way. So you just knew this is it. Gill back on strike.
He has 3 from 25, Ravindra Jadeja. Possibly one of the most confident, most body language positive cricketers in the world at the moment, and England's 2 tyro spinners have got him in a box. But it's Shubman Gill now. It's not actually the tyro spinner, it's Joe Root, I should say, who's bowling round the wicket.
I must say, I am enjoying listening to Gary because I'm almost believe that England have got a chance here.
Done his job.
Well, yes, it's yes. I was going to bring the positive. I knew I was going to bring the positive to this because I've got up at sort of 4:30 in the morning. I woke up and I thought, I'm down if I'm going to get up at 4:30 in the morning and start saying, "Oh, India, knock another one off the target." Oh, that's that ball's just been pushed back to route sprawled and just about stopped the one here. But there's only 76 to get. You know, I was never going to take that view. And, you know, hats off to India, as I've already given a shout out to Dhruv Jurel. It's no surprise to hear me praising Kuldeep, who batted absolutely beautifully because he was in at 9, but it was a number 8's innings where he scored twice as many runs at the other end, if you like, as what he got, because he batted 130 odd deliveries, I think, for his 28. But it was so vital, and that dragged India back into the game. It opened the door for them, and they barged through with the bowling yesterday. And England's somewhat misjudged strokes as the spoilers defended, and there is no run. But that's been the ebb and flow of this Test match. It's been the ebb and flow of the series. It hasn't all been ebb and flow. You don't lose a Test by 400 plus runs, as England did in the last match through ebb and flow. But England have been competitive in the backyard of the world's leading Test nation, the hardest place to play cricket. They're through for a single, and Gill, so he goes to 17. There's another super chat I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh my word!
Thick and fast. Oh.
Super chatsville. Messi has sent in $10 Australian.
Well,
what I would have spent on the GPL today. Thank you very much.
As Root round arm round the wicket, and he goes down.
What was he doing?
Collapses, just does Jadeja there, but he gets enough bat on it to see out the over. 117 for 3, 75 required by India. We just haven't. Yeah, he sort of got down to sweep and decided to play a forward defensive.
Off his knees.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is a shot in the textbook which says get into a sweeping position and then play a forward defensive with a vertical bat.
Got some tweets. Mike, I think DRS could decide this one. Needs Stokes to take a very deep breath. Hartley and Bashir have got identical analyses of 12 overs, 1 made and 1 for 39 with an economy of 3.25. Great spot from Dave Barrett. I'll ignore that. That's for me personally. Cricket takes... Jack Leach took so many wickets last time, was his first tour to India. I can assure you, Kuhneman, Steve O'Keefe, Murphy, etc. have all got the measure of Indian batters in India. This has nothing to do with philosophy at all. Root's innings should be enough proof. Thank you very much.
No, rubbish. That ball is defended to short mid-wicket.
It's a controversial take from Cricket Takes. And lastly, Farong 169, the time is right for D-U-C-K-E-T-T to bowl.
This ball is defended back to Bashir, and there is no run. So we're seeing the wickets go down today. We're seeing Jadeja get out from 12 off an inside edge, and I think the first innings where he was caught by Ollie Pope. Very different approach this time. That's short from Bashir, but again, when you've got batsmen under pressure, instead of smacking that over the fence as would have happened in the last Test match, it just goes with a pull shot down to deep backward square all along the ground, and they walk a single. Has anybody? No, you won't have done any exam invigilation. When you do exam invigilation, time passes in a completely different way than it does in any other activity that you may spend some time on. The clock definitely reverses. You look at it and you think, oh, there's another hour of this tedium to go, as Bashir is in, and this is beautifully fielded by Johnny Bairstow, a short mid-wicket, no run. And you look back, you think, oh, it's probably 10 minutes gone. And you look up, and it's actually an hour and 2 minutes to go. It seems like the clock has gone backwards. And I was thinking that when you're in a run chase like this, and you look at how many runs are required, and they seem to go up instead of down if you're trying to get them. Is that just me, or do you guys feel that as well? As Shoaib's in again, a beautiful delivery, beats the outside edge of the defensive bat from Jadeja.
I think the nature of this go slow with the two batters is definitely... It suddenly feels like this is... Yeah, we're kind of lost here in the Test match, in the time warp in the Test match.
Yeah.
It's a bit like... I don't know, yeah. Yeah, different things. Watching a kettle boil. That'll always seems to fucking take forever.
Yeah, apparently there is some scientific support for this, that time passing is different to time past and time to come or something, because we don't know.
It's all perceptive, isn't it? Yeah.
In
Depends how much time you've had in your life as well, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. It does. I get a birthday about every 3 weeks now. When I was a kid, it was about every 4 years. I don't know how that happened.
At the end of the OV? No, not quite.
Just one.
No, one to come. As Bashir is in, he goes back. Does Jadeja, and again there's absolutely no conviction in the shot, and it's fielded at the second slip by Ben Stokes, and it's the end of the over, 118 for 3. Indeed, it's the end of the session. Jadeja has 3 from 29, Gill has 18 from 62. India still require, I think, 74 or thereabouts. It's been I think, England's session. I think we can say that. 29 overs bowled, 78 runs scored, 3 crucial wickets at a run rate of 2.69. Very much India's first hour. Rohit smashing a 6. Then the vital wicket of Jaiswal was taken, a little too confident in trying to hit Joe Root out of the attack from pretty much the first ball he faced. And then England snapped in with a couple of wickets, because we know that wickets fall in clumps in this match. And then there's been something of a rebuilding job by Shubman Gill and Ravindra Jadeja, but they'll have to think hard in the lunch interval about their approach, which has been tentative at best and nervous, where England will be trusting their young spinners and Joe Root to continue really wonderful display of spinning. I think India are still very likely winners here. I'd have them at about 80% winners, but England are still in with a chance. Gentlemen, what are your views?
Dave,
go on. Yeah, I'll jump in. If this is a rebuild, I'm not quite sure what they're building, to be honest. It's a structure that isn't quite taking shape or formation. Perhaps playing for the draw. We'll just have to see.
We've got some crazy chat, as sometimes happens, has gotten a real roll on YouTube. I just want to finish up with him. He says, spin me to the end of play, 1,000 edges deep. And when Messi says, "Isn't there something of Leonard's about the cracks?" he says, "Spinster of mercy." But he's then sent in my favourite tweet/comment of the morning, referring to Leonard, going, "First we take JSCA International Stadium Complex, then we take Himachal Pradesh Cricket Association Stadium." Beautiful stuff. Thank you very much, Fraser.
And then we'll take Berlin. Well, is it Hartley, is it Bashir who are going to stand up to Ben Stokes and say, "I'm your man," for this second session of today's play? We'll see. I think we're going to go to a Bishop and Bear, are we? I know I'm going to bid my farewell and thank listeners for indulging even more chat than I usually do on the mic, because I only had my half hour. But thank you very much, and I'll be back for Dharamsala.
If your motor was a diesel, new, second-hand, cheap or high spec, we could get up to 10 grand from dieselcheck.com.
Between 2008 and 2020, you leased diesel for execs. Now we could reclaim £10,000 with dieselcheck.com.
At match days that shout, "Keep the ball on the deck." Now it's, we could get up to 10 grand with dieselcheck.com.
But time's running out, so before you forget, enter your reg at dieselcheck.com.
Join our group action against the diesel emission scandal. Search dieselcheck.com.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing but all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. We're amidst a fascinating India series. My goodness me. What's going to happen as they head to Ranchi? Well, we're going to chat about that. There's a number of things we're going to talk about. Welcome, of course. Grab yourself your usual drink. Our guest to talk about these things, and I'll tell you what they are in a minute, is the ever erudite Melburnian. Are you a Melburnian? Is that what they call folk from Melbourne? Are you a Melburnian?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're not Melwegians like the Tasmanians. They're Taswegians. We're Melburnians.
Melburnian. Well, you know, it's Forthy. And of course, it's our ever lovable landlord, spreading good cheer and bonhomie in his usual manner, and whilst attempting to stay awake, the Bear.
Yeah. Good morning.
You sounded a bit like General Melchett then for a short moment.
Well, yeah.
Right, the things we're going to talk about. Has Bazball been bazzed in Rajkot after that pummeling that England took? What do we expect in Ranchi? And if you've seen pictures of the pitch, we also know the England team selection as we're recording this. It literally came out half an hour ago. So bags to talk about on there. Strong Yorkshire, strong England. What, though, is going on in the heads of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow at the moment? Can England's psychology, and positivity and running towards danger get them through, frankly, a bit of a messy patch for the pair of them? Fascinating article. Was it the secretary of the BCCI saying don't prioritise the
good old Jay Shah, the
domestic cricket.
Yeah.
Dodgy J allegedly, Shah. That took us by surprise. But when you look at the figures of Jaiswal and Tafraz, for example, you start to see his point. And England, again, are not saying it's nothing to do with DRS, but umpire's call seems really confusing. And to be fair, Virat Kohli said the same thing a couple of years ago. So they're not alone. Where shall we start? Forthy, why don't you have you sort of recovered from the Rajkot mauling? What are your thoughts on it?
I think my thoughts are there's been obviously a huge amount of airtime filled with everybody's thoughts about this. we can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater at the first sign of a defeat. We can't say, well, that strategy didn't work. Let's go back to the 90s. That's obviously a terrible idea. I think that, first of all, India are a very good team. And this has maybe slightly been overlooked in all the talk about Bazball. Superb batting lineup. So they can pluck someone like Jaiswal, and I'm sure Sarfaraz Khan will in good time. He's scored a mountain of runs in the Ranchi Trophy. People say, oh, well, it's a weakened Indian lineup. England should be able to beat these people. Have you seen how well Jaiswal batted? This is just...
He's extraordinary. And that takes us very neatly to that question as well about the BCCI's prioritising the IPL, but we'll hold that thought. There's some fascinating stats
hold that thought
for that.
And the second main topic is every time an England player does something that is regarded as incorrect, such as Joe Root's shot, it doesn't mean that it's Bazball's fault. Joe Root had been worked over by Jasprit Bumrah over the series, and he was trying to find angles. And if you look at that shot in isolation, it looks as if he's lost his mind and that he's adopted Bazball, and that why doesn't Joe Root go back to being Joe Root? I don't think that's the story. I think the story is Jasprit Bumrah has got his number. He feels penned in. He's probably the best fast bowler in the world at the moment, arguably, and he's trying to find ways of solving that problem. That's the Joe Root story. It's not a Bazball story. So not everything's about Bazball. The fact that India, and they've got a superb bowling lineup. Jadeja ran through the Australians in Delhi a year ago and got 5 wickets in a session, and they were all out for about 120. It happens in India.
Exactly.
Let's not. Everything is not needs to be referenced to the Bazball in England. If there is a criticism of England, it's not, I think, of either Bazball or this English team or Ben Stokes' management or Brendan McCullum. It's the fact that the structure of English cricket has sent an English team out to India with 2 rookies the minute that their first choice spinner was injured. There ought to have been better players on the county circuit who they could have sent out there. And that's where the fault lies with English cricket, is there are structural problems in county cricket. That's my feeling about where we sit in between the 3rd and 4th tests.
Well, that's fascinating. You could, by the way, Bear, as well, you can go back to the Ashes, because there's a similarity. If England had held their catches in Rajkot, it could have been a really, really different game.
All the should, coulda, wouldas, don't they? I mean, this is the thing about cricket. You can always go back to that. I mean, my thoughts are, this is just overblown bollocks. It happens. Once again, we lost. The thing about Bazball is if you're going to lose in spectacular fashion, because that's the way they're playing, right? But as I said before the series, if you're going to go out to India and play like we played last time, you are going to get hammered. You need a different approach. There was no reason why, we won 1 test last time on a flat deck. We won 1 test this time in a really good win. We had chances in the 2nd test, we fucked it up, and we certainly had chances in this 3rd test. But there are many things in India that you need to go your way. One is winning the toss. We won the first toss, and it didn't go the way you probably wanted to get the win, but we did get the win in the end. We lost both second tosses, and if you put big runs on in India, no matter how good your batting attack, you are going to struggle. I mean, I was having this conversation with somebody. I think, if you're batting second in India, you've got to get a 100-run lead, which means we'd have had to score 550 in that second innings, just to be in a rough parity going at what would probably be a wearing 5th day pitch, and it was, and it started to misbehave on the 5th day. It's just not easy, right? Bairstow is all at sea over there. We miss Harry Brook. Harry Brook, it occurred to me that if Harry Brook had been at number where Bairstow is, Bairstow probably wouldn't be playing right now. And I'd expect Harry Brook to do a lot better. Things like this don't go against you. And I keep pointing this out, and I've been pointing it out more and more as we go along. And Forty's dead right. England's bowling attack is very callow and very inexperienced. Now, it's telling that India have not prepared Bunsen burners, I think, because that's what we all expected, right? I think they thought England's bowling attack is inexperienced, and whilst if we create Bunsen burners, it's going to be a leveller. And if we don't create Bunsen burners, we've got a better bowling attack, basically. And they might have a slightly better batting attack, but we're in our home conditions. And therefore, the weight of everything is probably in our favour. If we create just standard Indian wickets that are going to break up, they are going to turn on the 4th and 5th day, and it might be quite exaggerated. But if they're reasonably flat for 2 or 3 days, then we should be able to get through this with winning.
Doesn't that always still place a massive premium on winning the toss?
Yes,
England won the toss and won the game. India won 2 tosses. And India are just better equipped to take advantage, I think, to Forthy's point, but the toss still becomes a massive factor.
The toss is massive in India, because if the pitches do break up, you can. I mean, the problem with Bazball to a certain degree is it doesn't take time out of the game. But if England win the toss tomorrow, for example, come out, get really aggressive, score 400 runs tomorrow, we'll all be going, well, and then they get another 150 runs, say, on Tuesday morning before lunch or whatever. I'd like to see how India do pumped up against 550 runs. They will have a different approach, and they might well, and that we'll find out. But if you can get runs on the board in the first innings, it really helps. England's spin bowlers just don't. The problem with England's spin bowlers is they don't offer any control, and if the wicket's not offering anything, Hartley, Ran Ahmed, Root, or Bashir aren't going to offer you 2.5 runs and over any sort of control of the game. So India are always going to be able to score runs, and that's going to let the game get away from you. Whereas if England bowl second and the wicket starts to do something, they probably won't have much control in the first innings. But if you get weight of runs, you might be able to winkle them out and get a lead. And then if you can get then ahead and you're bowling last on what is a crumbling wicket, I don't think your control is necessarily the thing, because enough balls will misbehave that you'll be able to pick up the wickets in time. And I think that's got to be what England's strategy is, because it does kind of rely on winning the toss, and that is a game of chance.
Well, if you look at Ranchi, it's another ground, I think, where there have been only two previous tests, which is true, I think, of every ground except Hyderabad. Certainly was true of Rajkot.
I looked at them. A really boring draw and an absolute.
Well, it was a draw against Australia with a fair old mountain of runs from memory. I'm just trying to look it up. But then they absolutely batted first and pummeled South Africa. I think the Australia game was 2017. Yeah. Australia. Actually, no, I'm lying. Australia batted in first in that, and they put on 451. But India responded, batting second, with 603 for 9. And then it was Hanscom and Marsh, I think, hauled Australia, kept Australia just 6 down, and it was a draw. The last test, India won the toss. They batted first, got nearly 500 against South Africa, and they didn't need to bat again.
They rolled them twice, about
162 and 133, I think.
South Africa are worse than us at playing spin, so
Yeah. So it does suggest that toss does become important. Now, to quote or misquote Barry Davis speaking of Francis Lee, Forthy, interesting, very interesting. It's pretty much how they've been talking about the Ranchi wicket, isn't it?
Very interesting. I don't know anything about the Ranchi wicket, to be absolutely honest with you. What's it looking like?
Well, it's much drier and cracked than you'd expect this far out, apparently.
Just look at the pitch. Just look at the pitch.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, it's interesting that they've given Bummer a rest and created a cracked pitch. I was reading this last night, because based on those results and what I've read about the previous 2 tests, it was quite a flat wicket. But then I was reading last night how it was going to be a trial by spin. So they've clearly said, right, Bummer's not playing. He's not going to get us 7 or 8 wickets in the game. So we are going to hand it over to the spinners, create some cracked nightmare.
Well, you say that, but then look at England's team selection. So on the one hand, both Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope have both come out and said, on the one hand, 5 fingers, I've said it's a really interesting pitch. It's cracked. There is one, allegedly, apparently, according to them, very long, pronounced crack, which pretty much is for a left-hander, right where, Crawley, right where a seamer's going to want to pitch it. But if
Crawley's
you're
a right-hander, Tone.
Okay, duck it then.
Yeah.
One of the. I know we got right-hand, left-hand opening combo, haven't we? Yes, you're right. Thank you. But good, safer. But then England's selection has potentially got 3 seamers now, because you've gone for Anderson, who doesn't get a rest. You've bought in Ollie Robinson, so you've got your wish there, Bear.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad choice.
You've potentially got Ben Stokes to bowl.
Yeah.
Who says he's ahead of everything he expected fitness-wise. I mean, there seems to be so much hype of Ben Stokes' fitness. And then you've got Bashir in for
Rayan Ahmed.
Rayan Ahmed. So it's a much more classical 3-2 format, and you've got Joe Root potentially for England, who's done more work than he's ever done in a series before with the ball, and has got dodgy fingers or a dodgy thumb, I think. There's something, but he's got a problem anyway, and clearly has a problem with his bowling. So you've almost set yourself up for a classic, a 3-2 attack, as opposed to a 4-1, which is where they started. They've gradually edged their way from 4-1 to 3-2, and
well, it's 3-3 essentially, isn't it? You've got 2 all-rounders with Stokes Campbell, and that's a pretty balanced attack. I don't mind that at all. I think that's probably wise. If it's gonna, you got to think, if it's gonna spin, it's probably gonna break up. It's gonna break up. It's probably gonna be uneven bounce. Ollie Robinson, that's my whole reason. I think he probably the best equipped to take advantage of uneven bounce, because he bowls from such a great height. So don't expect him to come up. You get some shooters, you could get some LBWs. He's pretty accurate. He's not the quickest. He's got a good little off cutter. Gets it to go both ways. So
gets decent bounce if the pitch.
If there is any, well, there probably won't be. But I mean, the ones that'll get people are the ones that squat, probably. He'll be itching to have a go, and I think he might be reasonably successful. Let's hope so. Anyway, I'm, all these doom mongers. Hendo last night on a WhatsApp group was just, they just wind me up. It's just like, oh, we lost by so many runs. Yeah, England are prone to do this. They've done it all my life. But this is a team that is capable of bouncing back, I think.
I think also, what is the alternative strategy? Is it something we tried in the 80s or 90s? None of that worked. And I saw that an article by Mark Ramprakash in The Guardian, which I think sparked that debate we were having on that group. Well, honestly, listening to Mark Ramprakash and getting advice from him on how to play Test cricket is I don't know what the metaphor is. It's a bit like Himmler saying, well, I'd be don't be quite so harsh on the minorities. Maybe not.
Possibly. Edging towards an extreme analogy for thee, with apologies to Mark Ramprakash, should he ever actually listen to this podcast.
Yeah, very unlikely. But I mean, who would you choose? Who would be the person you'd choose the least to give a balanced commentary on how to keep morale up when you were playing Test match cricket? Scored a massive runs in counter. Very technically brilliant cricketer, but could not step up. And not helped, of course, as we all know, by the fact that he was fucked around with by the English management time after time after time. I think he was dropped and brought back about
the in out.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So I'm not going to listen to Mark Ramprakash on this subject. It's absurd. I'll
Dancing on the other hand, if you want to know how to do an American smooth, Mark Ramprakash is your man.
Oh, absolutely.
Every day of the week.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, a Test match is... I think all Test matches start at the same point, and you have to take each one in isolation. And when you start a new Test match, you have to forget what's happened in the previous one, because everything starts from zero again. You're not in a shitty position. You're in a position to start winning the game from the off,
which is absolutely what McCullum and Stokes say.
Precisely.
You can't do anything about what's gone. You look relentlessly positively forward to the next one.
And you are
But
not
it-
out of the series. You won one. You're 2-1 down with 2 to play. If you get the right result here, we have a decider, and it'll be fucking exciting. Even a draw here, you get exciting. But you know,
Totally. And now his point is when someone said, "Well, perhaps they should have just, reined it back a bit on the fourth morning." He said, "No, because the minute you say we'll do this unless this happens, you introduce the element of doubt, and it's much easier for cricketers." Just much easier for them. Maybe not every decision is going to be right, but it's a split-second game. If they're very, very clear on what the vision is, it enables them to execute it. And of course, sometimes it won't work, but at least you know exactly what the strategy is and you're not double-thinking yourself.
exactly. And one of the problems there, as I said earlier, I think is Bairstow actually looks completely all at sorts. Kuldeep's got his number. He can't pick
Never
it
scored a
at all.
ton in a test in India.
No, and he doesn't look like it either, does it? I mean, he looks at all at sorts. Had this series gone out there and Brooks being fit, I'm not sure Johnny would have played. Because Folkes is clearly a better keeper and he's done really well behind the stumps. He's not scored many runs, but then his job is at number 7, and it's not always for him to score the runs. He had a vital partnership with Pope, didn't he, in that first test?
and-
He didn't score loads of runs, but he allowed Pope to get to 196 and for England to create a winning situation, and everyone else.
Isn't there a bit of a question with Bairstow? Not just this India tour, but has he actually been anything like the same player since he had that horrible leg fracture playing golf? He's not made a century in 25 international matches, but he did make 99 at Old Trafford in the Ashes. Give him that. And he's never made 100 in India, but he's gone 25 international games without a ton. I guess they include the World Cup in that stat. Thank you to the Times. But though that doesn't feel like a sudden drop in form. That feels like
Well, no, a ton is a ton.
like a sustained period of decline, not a
It
blip.
depends. I mean, if he's got a few 50s and a couple of 60s and 70s, and you say he's got 99, is that really? Someone doesn't get a ton. Cody didn't score a ton for how many years? 3 years or something. I mean, it's like, as long as they're scoring runs. I mean, the problem with Bairstow, he's always in and out of form, isn't he? I mean, 1 minute he's blasting it around everywhere and he's fucking brilliant, and the next minute he can't fucking hit anything for toffee. And
He'll probably
take
take care of himself when Harry Brook comes back anyway, I would imagine. Because that's probably a fairly straightforward swap.
Well, will it? Because then they'll come back to England and they'll drop Folkes and Bairstow will go back behind the stumps, I imagine. And then they'll
Really?
Yeah, unfortunately that's what they'll do. They don't, they'll see Bairstow as a better option as attacking at 7 and blah blah blah. It's what
but a quick word for Folkes, who has been, I think, maybe not quite immaculate, but excellent behind the stumps, and some of it's been very unflashy wicket keeping, just very classical wicket keeping. There was one he took standing up, and he just let the ball, he just caressed it into his gloves and took it in a way that, a part-time wicketkeeper just doesn't do that because they approach it with harder hands.
Yeah.
I'm sure Gary would be able to wax more lyrical than I on the subject, but he's been he's been superb behind the stumps.
Bairstow highest score this series 37, and that was quite early on, wasn't it? Joe Root, if I'm right, is it highest score of 29 for him?
Something like that. He's got an average of 12.5 in this series, Joe Root. That is a worry.
Bowled more overs and he's got runs. There's and you can add to everybody wants Joe Root to do well. His place, as such, is not in question. I think Bairstow perhaps is lucky with Lawrence chomping at the bit.
Or champing,
but he's champing or chomping. Which is it, Borthy?
Champing.
It is champing. Can you not chomp at a bit as well?
Probably can. Well, the traditional saying is champing.
All right, champing. Bit academic because he's not playing. So let's move on. Whether he champs or chomps, I'm not sure it matters. I've lost my thread now with the champ-chomp debate.
It was Bairstow.
Root. Root. Yeah, Root. You've got to add to Root's woes a little bit. The 2 drop catches. The one being particularly, when they conceded that big first innings lead, if you were to take off 80, 90 runs, which is probably what the Rohit drop cost,
it did, yeah.
It would be quite a different game. You'd have
Well,
had
it would
a
have been a very
batsman
different
in
game.
It would have been a very different game. And you can go back to the Ashes and you can look at the drops from Bairstow, I think, in the second Ashes test, where again, everyone said, "Oh, it's the overnight declaration. What are we doing? What are we doing?" No, if you drop batsmen who go on to make massive scores the next morning.
I mean, you can say that
problem,
shoulda, woulda, coulda all the way through there. I mean, if Axel Patel had caught Ollie Pope on 110 in that first Test match instead of letting it get to 196, and he was also dropped on about 180, he probably wouldn't have won that first Test. You know, drops happen in cricket. As much as you don't like them to, they do.
Yeah. They do. Ask Louis.
Yeah,
he will tell you.
I think there's do you not think, guys? And I know it won't. This is a slightly vexed question. There's kind of a bigger issue as well, is that about the future of Test cricket, and it does feel as if England's approach has got to be the way forward. Otherwise, people will gradually just lose interest in Test cricket. We can't go back to the way it was played in the 60s and 70s. And I know that it's getting under people's noses, particularly when Duckett says something like, "Ooh, I think Jaiswal was taking notes on our approach," which is obviously Codswell and probably just a bit of PR spin.
Of course it was.
Don't buy into that at all. But there is a big picture about what is the future of Test cricket, and obviously we would much rather watch the English approach than even the classical Test approach. Because young people need to get interested in Test cricket again.
Well, that possibly segues quite nicely into a couple of stats. This is my super stat of the day, which I'll bet you've already heard, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give it to you anyway. There are 4 men in first-class history who've had a decent number of games behind them. Who first class? This is so Tests and other first-class games. Who have a batting average above 70. Okay, the first is Don Bradman.
Yes.
Who had 28,000 odd runs and a first class average of 95.14. Do you know who the next 3 are?
Well, I was going to say Herbert Sutcliffe, but he's probably just gone down the list a bit these days, has he? Maybe he was.
This is first class, not Tests.
Not Herbert Sutcliffe.
Well, Sarfraz is 4th. I know that much.
Yes.
So we all knew that because they were telling us that in the last Test. You know, I mean, he
Jaiswal. Okay, I'm going to put you out your misery. Jaiswal is second.
Yeah.
From 2019, 2,700 runs, first class average of 77.31. I think you've then got Vijay Merchant, going back to the sort of the 30s, 40s. And then Sarfraz Khan, as you rightly said, Bear, is 4th with nearly 71. And the reason I think that's interesting, because that kind of goes back to that Jay Shah comment about not over-prioritising the IPL. Now, I realise that's, biting the hand that feeds, and you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. But I think what he's saying there is, you're talking about players who grew up in, what do they call the area in Bombay? The Maidans, or is it Maidans, or whatever?
Maidans, yeah.
They're Maidans. There's a huge area of nothing but cricket pitches, facing 600, 700 balls every day. What they call that Bombay mentality is if you batting is everything. You die to bat, you just don't give your wicket away. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be dull doing it. And look at Jaiswal, who is in every. Are you telling me on this current form he wouldn't walk into the England team?
Yeah, he'd have a sniff.
No, he'd be Bazball. He's got Bazball written all over him in terms of mentality, but with a solid technique of knowing when and how to deploy it. And that, I think, is the issue, isn't it?
Also, I mean, you have to look at Jaiswal. Both Sarfraz scored those runs at home. Jaiswal scored the majority of his runs at home. Those guys, the test for them is when they go somewhere. If they come to England, the ball's nibbling about, are they going to be any good?
Yeah.
If they're good, they will work it out. If they're not, they will struggle abroad. I mean, there are many players who've struggled abroad, and it could be quite telling. Look at Shubman Gill. I mean, Shubman Gill was another one who was, fated to be whatever, but you look at that first innings and that last Test, he was all over the shop. Got a bit lucky in the second innings as well and ended up getting a score.
I think the thing is this is not a binary thing. It's not either you're not either Chris Tavares or you're Ben Duckett. It's
You
not
either
one-
identify as Tavares or Duckett.
Yeah, exactly. There's a great reservoir of great Test cricketers somewhere in between. And say if you had, I think I read this. Say if you had Alistair Cook, who was 20, and Alistair Cook, who was 25 and was averaging 55 or 60 in county cricket,
And could make runs in India.
and as we know, can make runs in India. Are you not going to pick him as your opening batsman now, just because he doesn't fit an imaginary stereotype of what Bazball is? I think he probably would get a game. Because he's not,
actually.
he's not Dom Sibley. He's not, a strike rate of 25.
Sorry, who was this? This is
Alistair Cook.
Oh yeah.
If he comes in, he's not Dom Sibley with a strike rate of 25. He's probably got a strike rate of maybe 45. Now, does that mean you don't pick him as part of this England team? It'd be an extremely solid opener, and he'd set you up.
Difficult, isn't it? Because I don't know if they would even. They might not look at him in this instance. I mean, it would be crazy not to, but that's all with hindsight, isn't it? I mean, it's like. I do wonder that.
Would he have Jonathan Trott? Would he have got a run in this side?
Probably
Can you imagine
not.
what he'd do? Well, Jonathan Trott would basically dig a hole towards Australia in some of these Indian pitches. When he starts hacking away at his mark.
Alistair Cook, who went on to score 13,000 runs or something like that for England. Obviously a limited player in some ways, but England's top scorer of all time. How about Jeff Boycott? Presumably he wouldn't get a game.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Boycott possibly. I suspect were Jeffrey here, he would argue, well, I might have a different approach these days.
No, he wouldn't.
You can't just.
He certainly wouldn't.
But history would suggest he might find it difficult. Whereas Alistair Cook, I think it strikes me more as someone who could adapt. I mean, yes, he played to his limitations, but he played to his limitations brilliantly.
Would they ask to adapt? Or would they say, you do your game and we'll play around you?
I was about to say, do you have sort of 10 Bazballers and Sir Alistair Cook to baz around? I think that's a really interesting thought.
Well, that's what they should do with Joe Root, isn't it? I mean, that's where Joe Root should sit in this side, and we've been saying this for fucking ages, is Joe Root should just be Joe Root. He scores quick enough anyway when he wants to. He does no need to do some of these stupid shots. I mean, I like watching him do those stupid shots, and I don't mind if he does them when he's on 80. And we're in a very good position. But I'd rather he didn't do them. We're still 200 runs behind, and what we could really do is a big ton. Get within 50, and then you can afford to lose a wicket, sort of deal. It's like it is tricky because I love Joe Root, and I don't really want to criticise him, but I do get frustrated with him giving it away. On the flip side of that, Bumrah has had his number as fourth, he said, and Bumrah is a class act, and
yes.
And he's not going to be playing this test, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, we also got very excited, my analogy for this was always the articles fourthly that appear in the Watford Observer, which says who's not playing for the opposition. And then we go out and lose to whoever the fuck they play anyway. And we get very excited. We got excited about Ashwin not playing, didn't we? And then what happened? He could take a day off. They rattled through us anyway.
You know what?
What? It doesn't matter. Play what's in front of you. Not. That's it. You've said what's in front of you will be good.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm not so worried about is their spinners, because they have plans for spinners. They're aggressive, and if it goes wrong, it does go wrong. But they are able to get on top of the spinners. I mean, a lot of the strike rates of spinners. You don't expect Jadeja and Ashwin to be going at 4s and 5s and over. And they've consistently managed to do that throughout the series, with the exception of the last innings of the last game, but that was pretty much lost anyway. As soon as Duckett got stupidly run out, you knew the game with the gig was up, basically. But they have managed to score runs. I mean, they've got Akshar Patel out of the frame, haven't they? Literally, because partly, going back to what I said at the beginning, they haven't created bunts and burners, and Akshar Patel actually just bowls flat darts, and if the wicket offers something, he offers variation, but if he doesn't, it's actually quite easy to play, because there's no lot of variation in his flight, he just bowls flat and fast. and allows the pitch to do stuff. So if the pitch isn't doing anything, no biggie. Jadeja's a wily old fox, but he's been hit as well, and Ashwin hasn't had it all his own way. The person who has made the difference in the Indian side for me has been Jasprit Bumrah. He's got crucial wickets at crucial times.
And they've not missed Kohli at all, in a way. Possibly you could argue.
In a way, yeah.
But because the Jazz whale has been so...
Whew, that's the last time you'll hear that one. There'll be a new one next time. You're on mute, Messi. And hello to you, Tim. How are you?
How's it?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Started off the morning thinking this will be over by lunchtime, and it was looking that way for quite a while, and then suddenly a flurry of wickets and like, ooh, and then they stuck in till lunch, which actually is not a bad thing because they didn't go very far very fast, and a break is always good. If a couple of batsmen have suddenly got sticky, a break is as good as anything to make them have to start again and have a new opportunity and feel some positivity when you go out there. And if you can get a quick breakthrough or two, suddenly things would look very different very quickly, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Excellent. Well, I was just saying how relieved I was that the last time I'd hear your words of wisdom on the Bishop and the Bear, because that's about the 7th time I've listened to them. I mean, not that they're very wise, of course, Bear.
They are very wise, but hearing them so often is... but, you know, I'm not sure how many people actually listen through lunch, so...
Oh, the hardcore. We try to. There's still 38 people on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, it's true, but they've probably gone off and had coffee and shit and just left it running.
If they got any sense, yes.
Well, they are back out there.
Well, as I said earlier, England do have a contractual obligation to allow Hope to come and knock on the door.
Yes.
Just before it pisses everybody off. Yeah.
Indeed. So I can't even remember who bowled the last over at the end of the last... before lunch, but this man is still out there. And he's with
Bashir bowled the last over.
Yeah, Ravindra Jadeja, who went nowhere very quickly, and Shubman Gill has gone nowhere not quite as slowly. It'd be interesting to see if they try to be a bit more positive, or if you're going at this pace, surely a couple of wickets are going to fall just by dint of it taking so long to get there. Something's going to happen off the pitch that's going to cause a bit of mayhem, and that just puts pressure on yourself.
I think that's true. I think they've allowed England to dictate the terms entirely, and you know, if anybody, surely Jadeja's a man who knows how to change the mindset in terms of that.
Yeah, but the pitch is doing funny things. You get a nice grubber early on in this session.
Yeah,
it'll be straight back in their minds. It's like, oh god, this pitch isn't that easy. Anyway, here we go. We're going to come back after lunch. Hartley is going to bowl the first over. Bowled Shubman Gill. He's in a cap. That'll make Rog very happy. His first ball, he's onto the pads. Just goes out on the leg side and there's no run. And so what are your thoughts, Tim? Have you seen much?
Yeah, I have seen a fair bit, not the entire session, but I'm in agreement. I think if India keep with what they did pre-lunch, England have got a chance. They've got to be more proactive.
Yeah. Clipped out to deep mid wicket by Bairstow. By Gill, sorry, to Bairstow. He's out on the boundary. It'll be one run. They move on 119. They only need 73, which doesn't seem that far away. But a couple of quick wickets could cause mayhem.
I think what's really costing them though is last night. Gifting India with 40 runs, absolutely no bother at all.
Yeah,
really stuffed them.
Yeah, absolutely. I was strongly of the opinion they should just put the seamers on, slowed it down, tried to bowl line and length. If they want to take a chance, take a chance. But there's too many loose balls, wasn't there? And it gave them the chance to attack the bowlers. That's defended back to Hartley by Jadeja. There is no run. Jadeja's 3 of 30. It's not very Jadeja-like. And that one goes across him. He just drops it in the offside. He wants a run and holds his hands open pleadingly, like, come on. Gill has nothing to do with it. So they don't run.
I think there must be a stat somewhere. When Jadeja does this, he doesn't really score. We've seen it do him a few times, but it doesn't work for him.
Well, he gets a full toss and he bunts it down to long on. He'll get himself a single. Yeah, over 1 ball left in it. I'm sure Hartley would rather be bowling at Gill and show him who's going to be on the other end. He'd rather be bowling at Jadeja. Hartley into Shubman Gill. Gives that one a little bit more air, flight, drops it down. Gill's right forward though, defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over. Over to you, Messi.
Cricket Takes says, does England risk their personal chefs for the Dharamsala test, considering their performance for 4 straight tests in the hot and humid India? Incidentally, I just checked, it's 8 degrees currently in Dharamsala, which is their maximum today. So it will be interesting if that's the weather next week. Jeff Perkins says, that Bishop and Bear almost killed my insomnia. I bet the next one would have been the trick.
Well,
Stephen Kelk says, morning chaps. G'day Stephen. Welcome to, what time is it over there? 6:45 a.m?
Yep.
Oh no, it's 7:45 in on the continent, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not quite so bad.
Yeah, it's 6:45 here. Show around the wicket, first ball after lunch. Oh, is that out? Oh my god, that is out. I can't fucking believe that. That was real shit takes wicket. Jadeja can't believe it either. He's just slapped a shitty full toss. Dismissal. It is as bad as Bairstow's dismissal. Jadeja just slapped that straight to mid wicket, where it was a full toss about thigh high. Ugh. Well, this will be interesting. Jadeja's convinced it didn't carry, but Bairstow's convinced it did carry. I mean, he is going.
It does look like it's carried.
Maybe he just couldn't believe it. Well,
that
that is just what England needed. I can't believe that. That's an absolute gift. Jadeja looked absolutely forlorn. Let's have a look here. It's a filthy, filthy full toss, and he's just worked it into the leg side. Oh yes, clearly a catch. There's no question about it not carrying. And England have got a classic one of these, it has to be said.
The first thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket, shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets, inducing a posh on that don't clear the tickets.
Jadeja walked off very, very, very slowly, and I'm not surprised. That's a gimme for England. Oh wow. Just what you need in the first 2 overs after lunch, eh?
Straight after the break, just like Bairstow's was.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? What did I get? 16-1. Yeah, I bet it's a lot shorter now.
Yeah, on Betfair it's currently 10-1. On Sportsbet it's currently 5-1. 4-1 in fact.
Let me tell you what Bet365 has actually.
I'm gonna get a lot of abuse now after saying
4-1.
Jadeja doesn't do well scoring slowly.
Well, he didn't. He did really poorly. Next man in then will be. It's a different time of day for him, isn't it? Sarfraz.
So far as can you see, does things you won't believe. So far as cons that he's most 50s in the under 19s.
Well. Game on. Bashir over the wicket to Sarfraz. It's off in the air and they've all gone up for a... Well, they're convinced it's out. It's one of those where they are going to review it straight away. They're convinced it's out, but it's ballooned up off the pads. The umpire's given it non-out. He's unmoved. It's one of those ones where you just think you've got to go up, haven't you? And if you act enthusiastically enough, the umpire might give it. I'm not sure if it touched anything.
Didn't look out to me.
If you've got 2 reviews, I don't mind them reviewing this.
No.
I don't think it's out, but
I have no idea. I mean, it was close to where it should be to be getting that, but who knows? Let's have a look. Is bats down? Oh yes, there is. There's a fucking inside edge on that, right there. Inside edge onto pad.
Oh yes, that's out. Oh fuck.
Yes, that's definitely out. I think that moves, doesn't it? That seems to deviate for me.
Yeah.
You can see from a different angle there.
Yeah, I mean, you are looking kind of mid-off, so it could be an optical illusion. But there's a scratch.
Snicko will definitely tell us.
And Snicko says yes.
Yeah.
There you go. England.
Game on, boys.
Fuck me.
Yeah, come on.
There was me accusing Gary of being delusional. Maybe I was just...
This team don't know when to give up, it has to be said.
On your bike, mate.
And that's a classic dismissal, to be fair, on a fourth wearing wicket, bowling right arm finger spin into the rough with a leg slip, leg gully, short leg, looking for those little bat pads. I mean, that's 1970s cricket, isn't it? I mean, but it works on these wickets, and
works.
Stephen Kelk's taking credit. He says it was clearly my morning greetings which took that wicket. So, morning chaps, this is working well.
And you know what? He's on a bloody hat-trick.
I suspect Shelley's actually on YouTube.
Yeah,
but
are you there, Shelley?
Yet.
Show yourself, Shelley, show yourself. Well, the hero of the first innings for India is this guy.
Not a character from Souls.
Right. Well, he's got to remember his 90. Wasn't expecting to come in. What, 8th ball after lunch? 9th ball. And suddenly everything is fucking happening.
Certainly is.
Perfect start for England after lunch, eh? Couldn't ask for much better. And suddenly 74 runs with 5 wickets left seems quite a long way away. Who's next in after Jarrell? Ashwin. Isn't Ashwin next? He is, isn't he?
I think you're right.
Yes, and then they killed it.
Wow.
That's
a big change suddenly. And then the graphic now says England need 5 wickets to win. That always says something. That one. Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW, but it's him outside the line. Surely it might well be going on to hit the stumps. Yeah. But no run. But there'll be nerves in the India dressing room now.
Jesus. Yeah, this is the team that lost 6 for none, remember?
That's very true.
India are going nowhere. You should have a silly bit off as well.
I don't think you need one. Because unlike to go over there, because always, if it goes straight on, it's going to go at slip. That's right forward and defended into the leg side. There's no run.
Of course, Jarrell managed 4 sixes in his first innings, so maybe he needs a couple of those. It'd change the dynamic, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm sure if it gets down to a batsman and say number 10, and there's only 30 or 40 or 30 required, they'll switch again. Down the track comes Jarrell. He is being proactive. Plays it up to mid on, long on, and there's a single. And that's the way to try and do it, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely an inside edge. Playing well in front of his pad with Sarfraz. Really pushing out at the ball. And he had a great first test, not a great second one. Around the wicket comes Bashir to Shubman Gill. Chasses down the track a little bit. Defends it back to the bowler. There's no run. 2 wickets in that over. The second one after lunch. And suddenly India find themselves 121 for 5. They still require 71 runs. The wicket is starting to do things. Has been pretty much. It's quite quiet at the very start of the day. But unlike every other day, it's started to do things quicker actually today. A lot of days it's taken up till lunch and just after lunch before it's really started to liven up. Today it livened up after about an hour.
So we've got a tweet that came in before those 2 wickets fell. I'm not sure it's Marvin the paranoid android or Eeyore just checking saying, morning, we're doomed. It was Josie A.
Of course it was Josie A. God, I could have told you that. Hartley, around the wicket. Full toss. Gets away with that. Straight back to him. By Jarrell, no run.
Dave Sarah just quotes me messages. Oh, fuck me.
Well, we have a game on, friends. We have a game on. Hartley around the wicket. Edged! Goes past slip. Root wants someone to be behind him. There is no one behind him, so he has to chase it down himself. They'll get 2. It was all on the ground. Wasn't aerial past Root.
Yeah, just no danger with that shot. Soft hands.
So just 6.
I mean, this is so
69 to win. That's nice.
Oh yeah.
Dave Barrett says, Ray Gary, delusion is the solution. Go harder.
Absolutely. I'm with you there, Dave. I'm with you there. Hartley around the wicket, into the pitch, turned into the leg side, through mid-wicket. Jarrell is going to pick up 2 there. That's the way to do it. Don't let England sit on you. You've got to manoeuvre the ball and get those singles and rotate the strike.
Yeah, exactly. It's precisely what Jadeja should have been doing.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes new batsmen to do that, and then it's all suddenly very easy again, doesn't it? That's into the pitch. He pulls that one up to mid-on. But mid-on is up. He hit it quite nicely. It's a pretty poor ball, really. But he got away with it. It was just blocked up to mid-on. Hartley misfilled it a little bit, but got there too quick. Hartley around the wicket. Again, that's a little bit too short. And well, I suppose he's giving him the wide open space of mid-wicket, but I think you've got to get it a little bit further and get him to turn it off the front foot. Try and lead that edge in. Or slide it.
It's not a good over.
No.
He's trying to create something, Hartley.
Yeah, he tries too hard sometimes, and he gets his length all wrong.
Yeah.
But 1 or 2 is good. Well, if the other guy's getting wickets, and that's a much better ball. No, that's worth an appeal. Ooh, now the question is, did it turn enough? I don't think it did. My initial thoughts were it didn't. I don't think they're going to review it. No thoughts of that. Maybe there was inside edge as well.
Well, it's not dull, let's face it.
Yeah, and that's a good thing.
It's never dull watching England.
It's true. It's true. Tweeters are quiet just at the moment. They're glued to our every word. And to the Bears' excitement. You see, the beauty of an optimist on commentary is that no matter what, he's still going to be upbeat.
Got big money riding on it.
Reminding people that if you'd like to support us apart from Super Chat on YouTube, you can go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket and become a longer term supporter.
Bashir is around the wicket to Jarrell. I'd rather he stayed over the wicket, to be fair. Yeah, it was just sliding on. It didn't turn. It was missing the stumps by a long way. Probably would have maybe hit leg stump of a second set. Just didn't grip. Bashir around the wicket. It's played up too long on. I don't like this line. Why is he bowling this line all of a sudden? He was doing fine bowling over. Stick your short leg in. Why not have the same strategy to Jarrell?
Yeah, I'm not sure what his thinking is here at all.
I don't either.
Pressure was created from over.
Exactly.
Stick to that.
I don't know. Gill, 19 or 67, 27 for 5 are India. 65 runs to win. England need 5 wickets. It's pretty even. It's clipped out through a vacant mid-wicket. There is a man out in the deep. It'll be a single. And we've got a couple of wickets, leaped a few runs, and don't have a lot of those to play with, to be fair. I'd rather just create the pressure. I mean, this is the time. This is why someone like Jadeja works in situation. The pitch is doing stuff, right? Just find the length, find the line, stick on it. And
stick on that. Yeah.
make them come to you and hit you off it. And if they're not prepared to, then just stick with it. Stick with it. Something will happen, you know. Anyway, Bashir around the wicket to Jarrell, who defends back to him. No run. I mean, it's amazing this guy's only played, what, 4 or 5 first-class games? And he's got a 5 in a test match. It's mad. And he looks, to me, he's the better of the 2 spinners. That was outside leg stump, just prodded at by Jarrell, but past Ollie Pope, who's just behind square at short leg. Gets himself a single. He has much better control of his length than Hartley does Bashir.
Certainly, and you wouldn't expect that to be the case in terms of respective energies, but it's certainly true.
Last ball of the over. Shubman Gill is facing up. Down the track he comes, and he clips Bashir out to deep mid-wicket, and he gets a single. I don't know why they're suddenly coming around the wicket, but they are. And there is no run. Maybe it's just an over. I hope so. Messi.
Raj Shunak says, maybe I should have played a dash Bazball starting with 3rd wicket, playing too defensive early on. Raj he also says maybe India should have played Bazball early on. So Mog says, so how real is shit getting?
It's really quite real. Well, they did start off quite aggressive, didn't they? That's poor ball into the pads, fielded out in the deep. They kept them down to 1, which they should have got 2, I think. You need to get the runs done and put the pressure on the field, man. There was an easy 2 there.
Would you be tempted to give Jimmy a couple of overs at the moment?
I don't think so. I think the spin is the thing. I think the ball's old enough now and they're not going to have problems gripping it. It's 41 overs old. What's Jimmy really going to do? Just need a bit of brilliance, a few decent nuts from these guys, and there'll be some shite in the middle, I imagine. Jarrell defends that and there's no run.
I'm just wondering about if one of those cracks gets hit hard, it might do something.
Well, it might, yeah, well, it would. It probably would, but most of the cracks and the loose shit is up at the bowler's end. You can't be bowling that full if you're Jimmy, because it's... Oh, that one scoots it on the ground, beats it outside edge. Jarrell's bat. Unfortunately, it turned too much and beat the off stump.
Nicely taken by folks.
That hit a crack and just went along the ground. Close to his bat, I suppose. He just turned a bit too much, didn't it? Hartley, he'll be heartened by that one. Try hit that spot again. Oh, defends that one into the offside and there's no run. This is it. You got to sit on the splice for a couple of overs, get them into their shells, and see what happens.
Much better over this from
yeah.
Hartley, much more giving his lines and legs correct.
Exactly. Around the wicket, Hartley gets it in the right spot again, and Jarrell just defends. There's no run. Stokes clapping his men on.
Well, I got to tell you that the tie on Betfair has come in from $130 this morning to $50 now.
Driven! Ooh, just short of Hartley on the return. Quite well driven, didn't get it far off the ground, but it was aerial for a little bit back towards the bowler. Good stop in the end with his left hand on his follow through. And only 1 run off that over. That's a good over for England.
Cat Martin just says Pooh Factor 7 captain. You're gonna have to interpret that for me.
Yeah,
okay. I'm not quite sure what that means. West Aussie Leeds is with us. If we can just get another 50 tons, I think he means runs, is the famous words from yesterday coming back to haunt us.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I have to say it was good bowling by India yesterday, but maybe this is it. Maybe the pitch is the leveller here. Certainly doing enough that would give you encouragement. Anyway,
and if they hadn't given away those 40 runs last night, shit.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas. It's cricket, isn't it? Down the track. I don't like this around a wicket line by Bashir.
We have a super chat from Mog. He sent us $10 and said, "I nearly forgot to buy your love for today." Thank you, Mog.
You got to remember to do that. Shubman Gill defends. It comes off outside half of the bat. And towards backward point, they'll get a single. To win is down to 60 runs. England still need those 5 wickets. It's all very exciting. That one just didn't hit anything and went straight on. And covered pretty well by Shubman Gill. He's getting there slowly. 23 off 72 is pretty slow. But if he's there at the end, no one will give a shit. I doubt very much. Down the track comes Jarrell. Oh, he's gone back to over as Bashir, which I like. Jarrell's looking to be positive.
Which is the way that they should have been going for the last hour and a half.
True. Oh, that one again is just turn around a corner. There is no one on the 45. Well, there is, but they're too deep. It's a single. Hartley down there. Indian fans are looking a bit glum, pensive. So expecting a walk in the park, which a lot of us thought might be the case. It's not going to be that. Down the track, takes the pace off it. Gill has to wait for the ball to arrive. Defends it into the leg side. There is no run. Everything stops. As Gill stands with his bat on his shoulder. What's the feel? We've got a backward short leg, short mid wicket, square leg. There's a long leg. There's a deep mid wicket, long on. Down the track, it's into the ground. It's too short, and Gill just knocks it into the ground to Ollie Pope behind square at short leg. And that's the end of the 43rd over. 133 for 5. Ooh. Over to you, Messi.
So I said on YouTube, we do love you, Mog. And he said, yeah, now that I've ponied up the cashish. And, well, I mean, let's face it, Cole Porter had a point when he wrote Love for Sale. It don't come cheap. And does Patidar get the ass for the next test? Definitely. Raj says, I remember the early 70s when Derek Underwood took 6 wickets against Australia on a misty day, I think at the Oval. Yeah, and a fucking pitch that was about 3 inches deep in water. And Bear bet $5 at 25 to 1 earlier. I think you only got 15s and
16s. I got. Oh, they slashed it. Oh, fuck! It's short of the man behind square on the offside at point is Bashir. Jarrell wound up to give it a big heave ho. Got a big outside edge, but it didn't balloon far enough. Certainly got beaten in the flight on that one. Lucky, that could have gone absolutely anywhere, and luckily for him it fell short, and Bashir is not that far back.
One thing you can't do with this pitch is hit across the line.
No, I even hit trying not to just be pushing it, actually doing big drives can, if it turns sharply enough, is also problematic. Hartley around the wicket that time. It squats a little bit. It's too short though, wide. And Jarrell just hits it back to him, and there's no run.
Our friend Krishna points out that England were 5 for 120 and all out for 145.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, that is true. And there isn't a huge amount to come. That one's straighter, and Jarrell gets a right forward and defends it. There's no run. Becomes in the brain. It becomes a fight between stick or twist, doesn't it? You know, we'll get there in the end if we just stay here. But if you just try and stay there, will you be able to stay there long enough? You know. And then things can go to shit quite quickly. And England have got a sniff, a couple of wickets with 30 runs to go. It's pretty even, isn't it? That one's straight, defended onto the offside. There's no run saved at there. What? So if you 30 runs, 29 runs from now, they've been 163 for 7. 30 runs, England have got 3 wickets to get. That'd be a thrilling finish.
Sure would.
Round a wicket, Hartley, Jarrell just gets right forward and defends that. Pitch seems to have gone to the shell again for a minute. Average speeds high 80s for Hartley. Not bowling too quick. And last ball of this over. Around the wicket, Hartley. Into the pads, driven up to long on. They'll get a single. Crawley's back there, and Jarrell will retain the strike. 134 for 5. I guess we could have a little...
Carl Herbert says, aiming for the cracks. Now that's a life lesson. Brown in Brisbane. Actually, Northampton says, morning. Surely India aren't going to stuff this game. Well, they're trying. Timosoki T says, India are keeping the scoreboard ticking over, unlike before the break, which is not good news for England. And final word on colours. Today I'll agree on a green bear. That's good of you. I'm wearing green as well. Did you notice, Brian?
Yeah. I think it's time for a little switcheroo, guys.
Okay.
Richard is going to make... I haven't seen Richard. Have you?
I am here.
You are here. Hello.
You caught me by surprise. I thought you guys were going to nick another over. But
well, we were, but they took a little bit of time, and it did click past the 10, so I thought, we'll get you back in.
Been some fanning about, but Jarrell is ready to take strike. Thank you, guys. I'm taking over from Tim in the South African chair, as it were. Bashir continues. It's turned around the corner by Jarrell, and he will get 1 run for that. So what's going on? There's Fourthie. Good to see you. Been a while.
Hello, yeah, that's been a little while. Good to see you again, Richard.
Yes, hi. As a neutral, I am thoroughly behind England, so we can square this thing up and have a showdown in the Himalayas.
In 10 degrees.
Yeah, which will make it only more interesting. Gill uses his feet a little bit there, but ends up just defending, squirts out on the leg side.
Yeah, you kind of think that would really kind of advantage England, wouldn't it? if it was like 15 degrees in Dharamsala. It'd be like playing in Durham in spring. England would be used to it.
Yeah, but then again, these modern cricketers, they just go where the sun is, a bit like the golfers, isn't it? I mean, how many of them actually have to play Durham in spring? The top line centrally contracted players. That one is played straight back to the bowler. No run.
Got the super chat.
Yay. We're rolling in it.
It's good to get you. It's nice to be appreciated, peeps. I'm telling you.
It really, really is. Here. Over the wicket again, Bashir. That one's wide of off stump. Just chopped away delicately into the offside by Gill. He'll get a single for that.
And it's a very positive super chat. Thank you very much, Rich Turner Music, who says, despite a couple of notable absentees, this series has been vintage gorilla. Thanks to everyone who has popped up on comms.
Notable absentees.
Yeah, nominate your favourite notable absentee.
That's a good one. I've been paying so little attention I wouldn't be able to say who they were, but that makes me curious. We look forward to more information as Bashir comes in again over the wicket. That one is blocked from the crease by Jarrell. No run.
We haven't had much from Andy this series, have we?
No, we haven't had much from Andy this series, actually. Not a lot from Fred, but I notice he's actually on the rota for later. Hendo, obviously, has been mostly absent.
Yeah.
The youngsters, Jack and Max, I haven't heard from them as far as I recall.
No.
Jarrell stays back, comes down the wicket in the hopes of finding a single, doesn't get it. Scurries back into his crease. That's the end of the over. 136 for 5.
Yes, and some other. We'll continue to read. Even if you don't super chat, we may. You guarantee we'll read your message if you send a super chat.
Absolutely.
Some other comments. Stephen Kelk, has the bear shared his IPL wisdom with England's young spin attack? Raj Shornak says, I really have enjoyed this series. All the ups and downs. It's exciting to watch for us neutrals and disinterested hand job. I apologise that you've had to hear me instead of Hendo or Andy. We love hearing you disinterested.
We do.
We do indeed, yes. Let me just see if there's anything on Twitter.
Well, in the meantime, Hartley has started a new over, and it's left alone outside off stump by Shubman Gill.
No, it could be down to Kuldeep and Jarrell again.
Could well be.
Little straighter this time. Gill plays it out into the covers and snatches a single. 55 more will be required.
Need the pitch to do one of its misbehaving tricks right about now.
For at least one of these 5 wickets.
Yeah.
Can't go out and earn them all.
Well, you earn them by being this deep in the game, don't you? I mean, that's the capriciousness of the
partly.
wicket. So,
and that goes all the way back to day one and Joe Root's innings and so on.
Precisely.
Even straighter, lands on leg stump. Jarrell has driven it quite nicely. He's got the boundary in the screen in the same shot for the first time in a while. But Duckett cuts it off, and they've actually gotten 2.
There's something particularly pleasurable about Test cricket when it comes to the unexpected close result. There are some Test matches that are close all the way through, and there are some that just take a twist and a turn right at the end when you thought you had it nailed down, like a false ending in a Hollywood movie.
Wide of the crease comes Hartley. It's just locked away by Jarrell there.
And he was a big thorn in our side yesterday, wasn't he? I mean, batted extraordinarily well.
Yeah, his keeping hasn't been immaculate, but he's probably...
There's an edge there as he comes forward and tries to defend, not altogether convincingly, but it only rolls to Joe Root at slip. I wasn't imagining it. It's been a long time since a boundary. I mean, you have to scroll until the point where your mouse runs out of batteries. I don't know. It's been overs and overs and overs. Can't do ball by ball and that. Anyway, so it's turned away on the leg side by Jarrell, and he will get one more, which actually feels like a torrent of runs. There have been 4 off this over, which has now come to an end, 140 for 5.
Yes, West Aussie Leeds adds, regardless of the result, it was only a few years ago that Test cricket was almost given the last rights. The England cricket is all entertainment.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's nice to hear that. I'm sure other people might have a slightly different take on that, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it's all a little bit bitter. If like me, you're from one of the now glorified associate nations, where really the only Test cricket you can watch is this admittedly good Test cricket, but as a neutral. It makes me sad at the same time as enjoying it, because I'm thinking, my own country gets no fixtures anymore, and that goes for numerous others who aren't one of the big 3. So yes and no.
Yeah. Carl Herbert, no Hendo and Hope battles. Disinterested hand job. Cricket is very much the sporting version of the crying game.
Is Bashir to continue? There are singles straight and square to point, but he's not looking for one there. Is Jarrell? It's just blocked off the back foot.
Stephen Kelk need barrage of root bouncers now.
Look at those.
Jarrell goes back, works it nicely into the offside, and there's time for one.
We're looking at Patidar and Sarfraz dismissal, very similar deliveries. But Gill and Jarrell aren't getting that far forward. Actually, that's nonsense. I'm talking bollocks.
Nice length there from Bashir, and Gill just plays it straight back to him, albeit with a tad of intent. Absolutely loads of room on the offside. There's basically just a cover in there, but Gill will not be tempted. He plays it down to long on, where there's an easy single.
Very much a game of cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, and exactly 50 required to win now. And you also wonder at what point, if is there a point where India get close enough that they think we can just smash the last few?
They can, but even then, if you were 12 short and a wicket happened and the wicket starts playing some crazy shit, you never know what's going to happen. They lost 2 in 2, just gone, didn't they? I mean, and they put on 20 odd runs since then.
Well, we only have to look to yesterday for the precedent.
Yeah. It's not easy starting.
So Bashir around the wicket and wide around the wicket. Fired in at the pads. It's played away on the leg side defensively by Jarrell.
And now I'm thinking this might actually be a fairly decent ploy. It's quite quiet from over the wicket.
Kieran Roseblade asks, how's the pitch looking?
He throws it out wide from around the wicket this time, and that was not a decent ploy because we have finally seen, after overs and overs and overs and overs, through the covers, one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He had to reach for that. I mean, it went miles across his body. But lovely shot in the end.
Yeah, I wasn't going to turn from out there from that angle. It's the end of the over.
Yep, we've got a few more comments. Kieran Roseblade, following up on the pitch, says I hope it's looking like a scene out of Saving Private Ryan, fingers crossed. Well, not quite, unfortunately. Disinterested Handjob adds the scene where the sniper in the church bell tower gets blown up. And Messi says, Mog knows all there is to know about the crying game. And Disinterested Handjob adds, I've had my share. Kieran Roseblade, yes, Handjob. Or the beach scene, not the graveyard scene. I'd also take the scene where Hank's shooting at tanks with pistols, then the aeroplane comes and saves the day. And
Gill's taken a single off the first ball over there, went out to mid-on. It's the kind of run where in club cricket the captain would be yelling, there shouldn't be one there.
Yes.
There have been a couple of those lately, but Stokes seems to like these half and half positions. Hartley again. Oh, this one turns just a little bit, but enough bat on it from Jarrell. He thinks about a run, but there won't be one.
This pitch is a bit of an enigma, isn't it? It does shit for 20 minutes and seems like an absolute minefield, and then it'll calm down for a period of time, and then it'll go back to being crazy again.
Absolute mind of its own, quite noticeably so. This one's angled down the leg side by Hartley. No real turn, and it's just worked away on that leg side.
Well, Cricket Takes on that point says, wonder what the rating will be for this wicket. Unbelievable effort by the curator to glue together tectonic faults to produce this classic.
I'm sure they do it every weekend in New Zealand. Forward comes Jarrell and defends this latest delivery, which is delivered at almost 100 kph. 99 that one hit.
Yeah, trying to get the pitch to just react to it.
Not far off a speeding ticket is Hartley. Here he comes again round the pitch, round the wicket. I beg your pardon. Jarrell goes back, and it's just turned away into the leg side. There's a mini misfield by the man with the floppy cricket hat on. Couldn't quite see who it was, and there'll be one. Not because of the misfield, I hasten to add.
Yeah, and they probably could have got 2 there as well. They'd have gone.
It was Lawrence, who's spent quite a bit of time on the field, hasn't he, in this game. Here's Hartley once more. It's defended away. That concludes the over 2 from at 148 for 5.
Raj Shonak, dumb improbable thought, what if the score is tied? Well, it will be a tie, and it will only be the 3rd one in Test history. Vijay Matharu, hungover on the coach. How have we been bowling this morning? Nick Vickers replies, a tied test, that would be something. Mayank, good morning from Oslo Airport. Just landed off to see family and celebrate this comeback win. I enjoyed Oslo when I was there recently. I preferred Copenhagen if I were to rank Scandinavian capitals, but Oslo's nice too. Oslo's nice too. Don't want to upset our Norwegian demographic. I'll let you get back.
Yeah, I would put Oslo slightly above Copenhagen, but
Really?
I agree. I like the depressing statues in the park. Did you see the Vigeland statues?
Yes. That is very much the highlight of any trip to Oslo. Is that
They
park?
appealed to me.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Remarkable.
the famous statue in Copenhagen is a bit disappointing.
Very dull. Very dull.
Yeah.
That is not the highlight of Copenhagen.
Jurel comes a long way forward and defends that first ball of the over.
I just like the vibe in Copenhagen. People on bikes, very attractive people. Cafe men and women, let me add.
Scandies.
Couple of shimmies down the wicket, but again, more or less defended by Jurel. I've never. I think Scandinavia for me is more about the countryside, the forests and the lakes, and if there must be a city, we can discuss. But I think further south they do cities better in general. Haven't been to Stockholm yet, mind.
I've been to Stockholm.
Stockholm's great. The old town in Stockholm.
Yeah, I like Stockholm.
It's all incredibly expensive. That's the problem with Scandinavia.
Jurel gets it past Pope at short leg to pick up yet another. 43 to win.
Went to a wine bar with my wife. Said, I'm fed up of having wine in our room. We are going to a wine bar. $50 later for 2 glasses of wine.
I'm sure it was worth it.
Did she then want to go back and drink in the room?
Yes. For the rest of the trip, it was back to the hotel room, yes.
Lightly short there from Bashir, just a tad. And they're going to get 2, so the runs are starting to flow.
England need a wicket.
They're very, very badly there. With 41 to win, they're starting to find the gaps quite effectively. So either the field is set wrong or the bowlers are not bowling to the plan.
Well, all the batsmen are being proactive, which they kind of are. Putting the pressure back onto England.
A lot of singles out there.
Yeah. Well, good batsmen will manipulate the ball. We haven't seen any exaggerated turn recently.
No, if the pitch is going to misbehave, it should hurry up and do so. That ball behaves just fine, and Gill defends it into the onside. No run.
A couple of beautiful cities over on the west coast of Norway, of course.
Bergen. Now we can talk.
Yes, Bergen and Alesund.
Last ball of the over now. Gill pushes it quite hard. The bowler Bashir might have been able to do a little better on fielding that. So instead of there being no single there was indeed a single, as the next man in line was all the way down on the boundary at long on. So the over is done, 152 for 5, 40 required.
Brian in Brisbane says, under 50 now. India should get these with 2 wickets left. Perhaps the pitch is affected by a nearby watercourse. I refer you to our learned colleague Gary on that.
God, yeah, it's humidity theory.
Yeah, Messi, if Jurel sees this through, replaces Ashwin as my player of the match. Jeff Perkins, that's also what he likes about guerrilla cricket, the attractive people. That is so true, Jeff. And Messi, attractive people on bikes are not a criterion for a good city. Stockholm is beautiful, but full of depressed Swedes. I demur. I found the Swedes. I would say they were not forthcoming, but once you engage them in conversation, I would describe them as quite balanced.
Do continue, that's a dot ball.
I mean, if you're expecting it to be like Thailand when you go to Sweden, you've got a disappointment coming.
Yeah.
On every level. Hartley continues, it's going to be another dot ball. There's something of an inside edge there from Gill, but a thickish one out to square leg.
Are the Austrians friendly, Richard?
They are civil and they will help you.
Sounds like the Swedes.
There was I'll tell you after this ball. Here's Hartley. It's driven fairly firmly, but there'll be no run. Yeah, a friend of mine in Austria actually grew up in Germany and into his 70s, and he was a very, very engaging, warm human being. And he said, the Austrians will always be civil and they will always help you, but I have never made a friend here.
Oh dear.
And he's, like I said, one of the nicest people I've ever met. So Gill turns that away on the leg side, and they've got back for 2, and every runner's being applauded on the balcony. Stokes has got no time for applauding. His hands are busy shunting the field hither and thither. Little dots are moving on our screen.
Good thing about Australia is everyone is treated the same, regardless of your job or how old you are or really what your gender you are. And it's up to you then. What your relationship is.
You sounded more Australian saying that sentence, but
Oh,
I
did
totally
Yeah,
agree.
you slipped into you stripped into Australianese.
Oh my God! I try to keep that at bay as best I can.
Last ball of the over from Hartley, and Gill just leans on it and finds one of the only gaps that were on the offside, according to the previous ball's graphic. Might have changed since then. 155 for 537 to win.
Timnasuki T. Yes, England need a wicket or dot ball pressure. And disinterested handjob. Melbourne is full of people holding coffee and wearing black, except Forthy currently. Yes, it was a very hot day yesterday, about 30 degrees or so. We went to a cafe. Everyone was wearing black. That's Melbourne. Cricket.
You fucking what?
I know. And Cricket Takes says England's bucket hat should be allowed on the field. Think that's the reason why Bazball wasn't present with their batting efforts.
Is it really a thing that people wear black in Melbourne?
Yes.
Is there any explanation for that?
We're just cool,
just go with the kind of coffee snob vibe.
Yeah, we're coffee snobs. We're cool. We think Sydney sucks. What can I say? That's us.
And Sydney will continue to try to out-snob you, of course, without admitting it.
Absolutely not, I hope.
Meanwhile, the Kiwis are sitting in their corner thinking, we've out-snobbed the whole bunch of them.
I always get a feeling of they're very judgy, I find, New Zealanders. Always feel like I'm being judged.
This one's defended back down the pitch by Gill. I was watching some of the cricket earlier on New Zealand television, and they have a television advert now that says, "We are a nation of coffee snobs," very openly.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
Something to do with ordering your fair trade coffee on an app. Heaven knows what. Yeah. So Bashir continues, and there'll be one into the leg side. So his hand seems to be alright. He was just examining his thumb at the end of his previous over when he failed to cut off that straight drive. But seems to be fit for bowling. But is he fit for taking wickets? Because it's going to have to happen pretty much now or never now.
Yeah, it does have to happen now or never.
Our love can't wait. Tell me, my darling, something, something, something.
It's a good fight by England, whatever. That's shit.
Okay. Bowled hard into the pitch there, and can't find the gap, Durrell. Picked out the man for a change. It has just been, assuming India are going to get there, this has just been a game where patience has paid off for both teams.
Yes, very much so.
Particularly this chase now today. Durrell once again picks out the man on the leg side. 2 dot balls in a row.
Yes, good point. It's probably been the most anti-Bazball pitch that you could imagine.
Yes, it was designed for that.
I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been a good test.
Been a good series.
That may have something to do with that's probably the first one I've had time to watch in its entirety. Durrell forward and defends that one outside off stump.
Yeah, it's pretty well done, all the things you want from good test cricket. Maybe the pitch has been a little bit crazy.
Yeah, but if you think of the ones that have kept lower or misbehaved, Stokes got a screamer, but I think India have had at least one that wasn't. Jadeja had one get big on him. No run there off the final ball, so 156 for 5.
Messi, I think you're applying Melbourne standards to the whole of Australia, Forthy. Have you tried to go to Sydney's North Shore? Not for a while. Disinterested handjob evidence for the black attire in Melbourne. I'm currently in all black, except for the picture on my shirt. And Mick Kimmings says Sydney sucks. Which I think we can all sign off on. I think we can all sign off.
No, not having it.
Pretty uncontroversial comment.
I should get a double vote on this as a foreign neutral who went to live in Australia briefly.
Yeah.
I left Sydney. But then I didn't live in Melbourne. I visited it briefly. if you're not into AFL, and how can you be if you didn't grow up there?
Yeah.
I feel like a bit of your life is missing compared to the locals. Whereas I
That's
could
like-
get on
that's
board
a-
with rugby league, having grown up with Union. I was able to learn that in Sydney, and worked quite well.
That's a bit like having a fortnight's holiday in Alice Springs and not going to see Uluru, I would suggest.
Yeah. Well, I did
Um,
manage to tick off the Aussie rules match at the MCG, but
Didn't know
I
what was
think it was a
going
very
on.
long night. That one is chopped out, cut out towards point by Gill. No run there.
West Aussie lead says Melbourne and Sydney are both the same level of snobbiness.
Yeah, that's probably fair. It takes an outsider to make that call. So
Very
point is dropping a little deeper now. They're offering Gill a single there, as opposed to the last delivery. It is thrown out a little bit wider, quite full as well. Gill leaves it alone to turn through to Folks.
You do sometimes get this relationship, like San Francisco, Los Angeles. Used to be the cool city, the brash city. I'll break off.
Let's hope there's good reason to do so for England fans, but there isn't. That's defended into the offside.
I don't know. Have you got a similar thing in South Africa?
Cape Town, Joburg. Yeah, Cape Town, Joburg. I don't know if either of them described as brash, but Cape Townians tend to think it's all about money and shopping malls and consumption in Joburg, and they think that we spend all our time just admiring the mountain and probably drinking coffee and sitting on the beach.
There's a similar thing, isn't it? I don't know whether there's an equivalent in England.
Not really. London is so dominant. Nobody else
Yeah.
bothers. There's
I
the
think
north-south thing in general.
Edinburgh, Glasgow comes closest probably, but it's not quite the same thing.
Gill's played this out into the offside. Cover does the fielding.
Well-
We've got 4 dot balls in the over.
In mini levels, you've got Sheffield and Leeds, and you've got Manchester and Liverpool.
Partly wide of the crease. It's delivered wide. It turns and Gill cuts, but it is cut off by Stokes there. So we are 1 ball away from a maiden. I think it's been a goodly while since one of those. Maybe even.
He's changed his strategy here, hasn't he? He's bowling outside the off stump, and they pat the offside field.
A last attempt to create some pressure before it's too late. Yep. Again wide, again bowls it wide of off stump, and again there'll be no runners. Point does the fielding. So 1-5-6 for 5. Only 36 to play with England.
West Aussie lead says, "Are we using the same pitch as last night? Surely we didn't bat that bad." Afraid we did. Kiwi by day, grew up in Melbourne and love it. Even the black dressing, definitely love AFL. Now living in New Zealand and love it. Would love the harbour and beaches in Sydney. All are great. You're just one of life's lovers. It's fantastic.
Yeah, full of love.
And if you listened to Gary earlier, I don't know what he was on, but he was full of love. And Cricket Take says, is there going to be IPL coverage on the Gorilla? India does not have any sort of radio, audio-only commentary for any sort of cricket. They found rats on the radio room when the Oz Send team was setting up their radio setup for BGT series. I imagine, what's the story on IPL there?
There, yeah, I look forward to hearing the response here.
No.
There's your answer.
Unfortunately.
We have a change of bowling to announce. I don't know if you'd like to do a jingle, but it's Joe Root.
No, that's not a bad decision, actually. See if you can make something happen. You haven't got a lot
His voice
left.
is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Go on.
Introduce yourself.
Round the wicket comes Root. It is gently driven down the ground by Jarrell. Yeah, I think there would have been criticism had Stokes persisted with the same 2 spinners, Bashir and Hartley, all the way to the end.
Yeah, you got to try something.
It's time to try something.
Indeed.
Looks a very correct batsman, Jarrell, actually.
Yeah.
Served him well in the first innings. Gill turns this off the hip for another easy 1.
I fear the chance has gone. I did say that if they got 2 wickets by the time they needed 30, which means they've got to get 2 quick wickets right now.
Yeah, they have. It's
Oh, there's an edge there. Root has pushed one past the batsman, right across him from around the wicket. But it does not stay up long enough for anyone to catch it. So, who was it slipped there? It can't be Root.
Crawley.
He's doing the bowling. Right. Crawley. And it's a long way down for him as well. And they've scampered a run. This one is prodded out towards the vacant point area by Jarrell. And Crawley had to go and chase it. Plenty of time for a single. And fair play to India for their patience on this. There's been a run at least off every ball in this over so far.
That's the problem you get with Rooty.
And not this one, however. It's fielded at short mid-wicket.
Need one of those ones that turns back, keeps low. The wicket has been very easy in the last 30 minutes or so.
Route to conclude the over, and I think possibly our stint. This one is defended straight back to the bowler. We're on 39. What do we reckon? Well, I'm staying on anyway.
I'm staying on.
You
So
two
we
are
can just
staying
swap
on.
over it.
Yes.
And then Messi come in. So that was fairly straightforward. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine by me. You boys crack on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Messi know that the next 3 YouTube comments are all from Jeremy Henderson. If you want to read those out.
Yes, I said rugby league. You are dead to me now, Richard. I also suggested for rivalries Liverpool, Manchester, and then Birmingham versus the whole of the rest of England, which is, it seems to me what happens. Rick Myfrap says try up here in Mackay Whitsunder's area for good folk, and Timosuke T says I sense a flurry of wickets or runs.
Bashir in. Gets a fair amount of turn, but it's actually just turned onto Jarrell's legs, and he helps it to the sweeper on the onside. They'll come through for a single. I think nerves are beginning to relax and untwang in the Indian dressing room as it comes down to 30 runs, which was the cut-off point with only 3 wickets in hand that Bear mentioned earlier, and that seems fair enough. 5 wickets to get with 30 runs seems unlikely. Gill comes down the wicket and smothers the ball. This partnership's about 45 now, and it's got India out of a tight spot.
Indeed. Jarrell's been very good, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been first class. His batting's been better than his keeping, I'd suggest. Shubman Gill comes down the wicket and has an undignified hack at that, and it goes down to long on where Duckett does the fielding, but it's a run, and they've got it down to 29.
I just hope India will settle on him or somebody as the keeper for the long term. They've just, since Pant's issues, there's been too much knocking around. It makes life difficult for us commentators, having to learn new names all the time. I like the good old days when you had the same keeper for decades on end, and that was that.
There we go. Defended off the back foot by Jarrell. The good old days when you could catch polio in the public swimming pool.
Yeah. And the good old days when you could demand that you had easily pronounceable names.
Yeah.
But Pant is, to be fair, very pronounceable. He's due to play in the IPL and hoping to keep wicket in the second half, so he could be back. India have 5 more home tests this year.
Bashir beginning to lose his line a little there. That was down the leg side. Immaculately taken by Ben Foakes, who's, as has been mentioned earlier in the day, had an excellent series behind the stumps and a couple of decent contributions in front of it as well. In comes Bashir, last ball of the over. And that's defended off the back foot by Jarrell. He remains on 26. India just 29 runs adrift with 5 wickets in hand. It's beginning to look like looks as if also that is the drinks break halfway through the afternoon session. So over to you, Messi.
Well, that's lucky, because Farong has this habit of managing to include about 7 different subjects in the same tweet. He says this test could have been done and dusted, but still ignorant bun won't bowl Duckett. Then he says, sorry, Sydney has no culture, no decent beer, the shithole of Australia. The Eliminator final has just started. This is in the PSL, the BPL, I suppose, Bangladesh Premier League. And then he sends a picture of Shoaib Malik, says the only continent the lad in the photo hasn't played on is Antarctica. Just as mention of the Bangladesh Premier League, it occurs to me there's been so many T20 leagues on in the last 3 months. I suspect nobody gives a shit about any of them except their own one. You know, South Africans interested in the SA20.
Not all of us.
maybe
I
in the
proudly
100.
didn't watch a single match.
There you go. Australians, some of them following the Big Bash, the New Zealanders following whatever theirs was called, and nobody following the one in the UAE except people who make huge bets on cricket.
Well, I suspect most
the
of
only
them...
thing that does draw people in is the IPL. I think there is international following for that because the standard of it is so much higher than anywhere else. Paul Houth says, I agree with Gary. Heady days. Indeed they are. Indeed they are.
Yeah, they are. This is good stuff. This has been the most enjoyable era to watch England play Test cricket than I think most of us can remember, and it'll seem like, and the frustration is that occasionally the strategy leads to throwing away good positions, but I guess that is take the bad with bit of the bad with the good.
But have they done that in this match? I mean, it seems like most batsmen have gotten out trying to defend.
Yeah, no, I don't think they've been particularly culpable of that. I think that Johnny Bairstow played, and maybe Ollie Robinson played a couple of unwise shots during this Test match.
Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, but by and large, and that happens in Test cricket anyway, regardless of Bazball. People say, why did he play that shot?
Of course.
I don't think actually that's been the narrative of this particular Test match. No,
but earlier in the series you can talk about it.
A little bit, yeah. And, we can well rehearse. It's pointless pretending that Joe Root's reverse scoop, whatever the fuck it was, it doesn't get any better, however many ways you look at it. But he was being worked over by Bumrah, and that was his response. So there we are.
Just on the Indian keepers thing, when Pant does come back, I can't help wondering if they will think about a horses for courses thing. I mean, if you've got Jurel who can bat like this in certain conditions, and then Pant, who's a different type of batsman, we may still have to get used to some chopping and changing and swapping and mixing.
Yeah, it's a slightly more elevated version of the Bairstow-Folkes debate, but I think Jurel and Pant are rather higher performers, if I'm absolutely honest.
If Pant is fit, I cannot see them leaving him out until his form dictates it. I really can't.
Hartley is now in. He comes around the wicket. Dot ball first up. Shubman Gill is facing. Pleasingly, with just a cap on, no helmet. Big forward defensive to the second ball. Dot ball.
Yeah, that is nice to see. You're an old man like me.
Yes, love to see the cap. Love to see the cap. Reminds us of Viv Richards just adjusting the cap after he'd got thumped on the side of his neck or whatever. And lovely forward defensive from Shubman Gill. There's always something.
It does send a message to the captain that he's unlikely to sweep, reverse or otherwise.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We're unlikely to see a dill scoop from a man in a cap. Let's put it that way. Just 29 runs needed now. Fourth ball of Hartley's over. Everything poised, comes round the wicket. And they hurry through for a single into the vacant mid-wicket area. Hartley does his own fielding. We're down to 28 needed now.
Oh, I want my showdown in the Himalayas. It's just not the same if the series is over.
Yes, the conditions should suit England weather-wise, shouldn't they?
I kind of hope they would have a different time zone up there. It's been so far removed from the rest of India, but I suspect it will still involve us getting up at the crack of dawn.
It will.
Lovely forward defensive to the man in the short cover from Jurel.
Maybe even earlier. I mean, if the days
I'd like
are
to see
shorter
it
up in the
snow
north.
there.
Would you agree, Messi, that if England win in Dharamshala, they could regard it as a moral victory in the series? Now, last ball of the over squeezed out by Jurel, and they hurry through for a single, and that takes the tour to 165 for 5 at the end of the 50-50 over just 27 runs needed.
How to win when you're not winning. Put the word moral in front of it. You're a troublemaker. Hombre Nuevo says another great few days of commentary from Team GC. As always, many thanks for guiding us through the tumultuous fun of Test match cricket. Thank you, Hombre. You've been such a great supporter. And of course, if you see the placard behind me, Shit Gets Wickets, that is one of Hombre Nuevo's great designs, which you can find on our T-shirts at the Guerrilla Cricket store. There are a variety of them, all of which are fantastic. And Hombre Nuevo's done a fantastic job in designing those for us.
In comes Bashir and pushes it a little wider of the off stump, sort of fifth stump line, defended off the back foot by Jarrell dot ball.
Ollie Robinson stalking around. He has had nothing to do in the second innings after his brief display with the bat.
Haven't bowled him at all, have they?
No, I don't think so. But
that is, if I was Ollie Robinson, I would not take that as a good sign. Defended by Jarrell off the back foot. There's a dot ball. He's an odd one, isn't he? Because sometimes the barometer goes to, yes, the future is in safe hands. Metronomic accuracy. Our next Angus Fraser. In comes Bashir again. Oh, down the wicket he comes, and that's in fact a beautiful on drive, which is taken brilliantly by Duckett. Not taken, sorry. Fielded brilliantly by Duckett on the boundary, and they've come back for 2.
Does anyone know what the latest is on Matthew Potts? Is he injured or just out of favour?
I don't know, I'm afraid.
He played the very first Bazball match, did he not? That one against New Zealand, and everyone was raving about him, as you do. And then a couple more games and sort of disappeared.
Even so, he was kind of 7th or 8th choice. There was just a flurry of England fast ball injuries at the time. Played out to mid-wicket by Jarrell dot ball.
Would it be unfair to refer to Ollie Robinson as the next Darren Stevens?
Yeah, well, quite possibly. He's not one. He is naggingly accurate, but you can't, saunter in and bowl at 126 clicks in Test match cricket. You just can't. In comes Bashir again. Game plays it down to long on, where Ben Duckett does the fielding, and the runs are coming smoothly and inexorably now, I regret to say, if you're an England supporter.
Yeah, well, they've put on 48, haven't they? Which is pretty good in the circumstances.
And they've done it calmly, and you could say that Shubman Gill perhaps could have shown a bit more intent up front, but, the proof's in the pudding. He's still there, and he's steering his side home at the moment. And Jarrell's more with the initiative.
Given Jarrell's role here on the final, or what will be the final day, there may be a case for man of the match.
Yeah, no, he's definitely in with a big shout, I'd say. Shubman Gill comes down the wicket, smothers the ball, dot ball. And is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. And India 168 for 5 at the end of the 56, but more importantly, only need 24 runs to win now.
Cricket Takes has a point of view with which I don't necessarily agree. He says, surely this is actually a worse defeat for England than the last time. 4 debutants for India, Bumla rested, Ashwin out of form. Even the last lot didn't lose as badly as to break post-war records. Riot's team was decimated due to COVID rotation. I don't know, but I think that, the last defeat was overwhelming. This has been tight and exciting.
This has been hard fought, and I think that would be. I don't think too many people would buy into that narrative. That's defended by Jarrell off the back foot to Hartley's first ball, dot ball.
And also debutants just nowadays, the level they're coming in at, it just doesn't seem to affect them. It's not a disadvantage. And if anything, the surprise factor seems to result in them impressing beyond expectation more often than not.
Really good point, Richard. You sense that with Deep, that he slightly caught 1 or 2 people by surprise with his opening salvo. Played out into the emptinesses of the offside for another single. Seeing a little bit of a montage at the moment of the events of the day, including brilliant catches from Anderson and Pope early on. So there was certainly no sense that England didn't think all along that they were in with a shout, which was good to see. There was no suggestion that they're going through the motions at any stage. Gill defends that one, double.
Kiwi by Day says Melbourne is the moral victor of the city wars.
So true, and always true. And that's defended out to point by Shubman Gill. Double.
But what sport actually decides which city is better? Because they play different sports, really. I mean, cricket's the only one they've got in common. So is that Victoria, New South Wales, Sheffield Shield game the ultimate decider of which city's better?
The truth is both cities are better because there is no winner. I mean, it's never going to have a result, is it?
Well,
the timeless test.
Apart from the fact Melbourne does win. That's defended out to mid-wicket by Gill. Dot ball. Of course, in the 19th century, before the codes were clarified, teams would meet and play a half of each type of football, while there was still a lot of confusion about what football actually was. Defended by Gill. Dot ball. And that is the end of the over, I believe. It's gone through very fast, just one run off it. And India are just 23 runs adrift.
Kieran Roseblade says, sorry guys, I can't delay any longer. The ski slopes beckon. Well, fair enough. And I've tried to stall getting ready long enough. Thanks for the great commentary and chat. Thank you, Kieran. Raj Shunak says, I think that if we take away the 2 wickets and 2 balls after lunch, England was solidly beaten. Yesterday was an English batting disaster. Let's not gloss over that. Don't let's take away things that have happened and pretend they haven't happened to judge a thing, though. It's what has happened that is the only basis for judgment, in my view.
I totally agree with that, Messi. I can't be doing with if this, then not that. It just doesn't. Life doesn't work that way.
And Mox says, I'm not allowed to get involved in the Melbourne-Sydney War. He says, keep out of it, Perth. You're barely even part of Australia.
Okay. Jarrell lunges forward, and there's a lot of excitement. I'm not exactly sure why, but because I couldn't see that it could be LBW, who's miles outside the line of the off stump, and certainly the bowler didn't seem very interested. Maybe just because there was a flurry of something happening for a moment. That one defended by Jarrell to Pope on the bounce at City short leg, whatever the position is now called. Short leg. 2 dot balls from Bashir. It's coming over the wicket to Jarrell. Defended into the covers, dot ball.
So mathematically speaking, although unlikely, Jarrell could get a 50 to add to his 90 in the first innings. Gill is obviously closer to that on 37. Might be some interest as this thing winds down.
Yeah, could happen. Defended that to mid-wicket, dot ball by Jarrell.
Not that I think either of them will give a toss.
No, and it's probably only going to happen if someone starts hitting boundaries, because at the moment it's all one strike rotation, really, so they'll...
Yeah, Shubman Gill might
end up on 48.
Shubman Gill might give a tiny bit more of a toss, because perhaps his place in the side is a little less certain, and certainly until Pant gets back. Defended by Jarrell round the corner. Dot ball.
The good news is it's going to be over by tea anyhow.
Yes, I'm on dinner duty, so that's welcome for me.
Ooh, what you cooking?
Probably salmon and salad, I think, Richard.
Nice.
Civilized.
Yeah, very civilized. Defended by Jarrell. That over went by extremely rapidly.
And Norwegian.
Yes, and Norwegian. That's been a little bit of a theme for us. A bit of a rarity, a maiden there from Bashir. India just need 23 runs.
Raj is, I think, still getting a little ahead of himself. He says, my point is it's still a 5-wicket defeat in 4 days. England batting yesterday was dismal. That's certainly true. But
was it dismal? You can get out for a low score in Test match cricket and not have batted dismally. I remember India were all out for 36 against Australia in a series that they won. I don't think they batted particularly badly. Very occasionally it happens.
Well put.
I don't think England's batting was good yesterday on the whole. I think it's fair to say it was fairly dismal. But there was some help for India from the wicket.
Right, Hartley. Hartley is in bowling to Shubman Gill. Oh, there's some rather too sad, some sad English faces.
Yeah, this is the official. The game is officially over when the Barmy Army trumpet man has put down his instrument and fallen asleep.
Yes. Ooh, and that squeezed out on the onside to where a diving Ollie Pope might have been diving, but he's not there anymore. Not sure why, really. There's not much point defending 23 runs to win, is there? There we are. 2 dot balls so far from Hartley. And that's well defended by Gill out to mid-wicket.
He's been bowling in at the pads a lot since lunch, from what I've seen.
Yes.
Has not troubled the batsman.
Hasn't been highly consistent. I mean, he's an inexperienced Test match bowler. How much leeway do we give him? Some would say, well, if you're in the Test team, none at all. Others would say, well, but everyone takes a little time to find their way.
Well, except all the pace bowlers and batsmen that make their debuts these days. Maybe it is a bit harder for a spinner to learn the subtle arts.
Well, this is what confuses me a little. They tend to, maybe it's the sort of Shane Warne syndrome. They tend to pitch spinners in at the age of 19 or 22. My understanding was, you come into your best spinner when you're about 32. That was certainly the orthodoxy when I started watching Test cricket 50 years.
Yeah, how old was Nathan Lyon? He wasn't particularly young when he started, was he?
Not particularly young.
I think he was about 20. I think
he?
a little less than that, maybe 23 when he started.
Was he? Okay. Off drive by Shubman Gill all the way down to long off, where Ben Duckett scurries around. And the target comes down to 22.
You're more or less spot on, Messis. Born 1987, made his Test debut in 2011. So thereabouts. Can't do the maths on the exact.
And that's the 50 partnership between Durrell and Gill, and that's a slightly false shot, a leading edge, but not much of a one really, because it goes down through mid-off, and the target comes down to 21.
That's quite young.
And it's a 50 partnership is up.
Yeah. I did mention that. It's okay.
Oh, sorry, I was distracted looking at Nathan Lyon's stuff.
That's a Tony classic. He'll tell you something you've just. Although to be fair to Tony, he does have a lot to sort out. He's our Rotomeister. Single off the last ball of the over, and the target comes down to 20.
Yeah, that would be.
Brian in Brisbane says, "Thanks all for the commentary, albeit some movie and book references went over me." Me too, Brian. This game has finished much closer than it appeared it would 2 days ago. Bye. See you next game. Thank you, Brian, and thank you so much for your generosity. I know those poor folk in Sydenham who have to be there at 3:30 in the morning have been super appreciative of your help in providing victuals for them. And Tom Gill says, Ray England batting. I'm reminded of Mike Brearley saying, I don't think I'm in particularly bad form, but I just can't seem to stay out there long enough to find out. Yes.
Shoaib Bashir into Shubman Gill, who Shubmans it all the way over Bashir's head, straight down the pitch for a maximum. Always a little hard to tell. Oh no, I couldn't tell whether the jingle was over or not. My apologies, because can't hear a thing in Melbourne. Nice shot, Richard.
Yeah, nice to see. Has there been a 6 today?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the declaration that they've had enough. They're close enough.
Yeah.
and B, Gill does want a 50. He's over.
The shoreline is in reach. They can see people waving on the shore. Oh, and he's gone again. No, was he? No, he hasn't. I think we were just seeing a replay of the last one. Okay.
You've been bishoped. Both of us.
But on this occasion, I should have just held my nerve because that one, Shubman Gill, over long mid wicket, and he has indeed got his 50. So well done him.
You know you lift me with your 50.
It's been quite a comeback from him, actually, after we suspected he might have been drifting out of the team halfway through the second test.
Yeah. He's really put his head down, hasn't he? And those are quite gutsy shots, both of those using his feet to come right down the wicket.
In comes Bashir again. Will it be third time's the six? No, it won't. Defended by Shubman Gill.
He's just such an elegant batsman. I really do hope. Well, I expected him to have a long Test career when he made his debut, which was on the tour to Australia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was.
The last one or the previous one.
5 years ago now, was it?
So there were two that came quite close together, which kind of
Then it feels.
me.
Yeah. It's
COVID.
Boxing Day 2020.
No, Boxing Day 2020, so mid-COVID. And that's just played elegantly, as Richard suggests, down to the man at long on. Gill moves on to 52, I think. And they're within 7 runs.
Jarrell's 50 is absolutely gone. And just to finish off on the spinners,
yes,
Murali was 20 when he made his debut, but I guess you get a lot more overs in growing up in Sri Lanka, so you have equivalent experience to a 25-year-old from another country.
Indeed.
And Warney was around 23. Murali and Warney made their debut in the same year as well. So somehow escaped my attention. 1992.
I've got a feeling that someone like Pat Pocock, there's a name from the past, was about 33. Played about 5.
I remember watching Pat Pocock playing for Surrey.
In comes Bashir again, and down the wicket comes Jarrell. Gets it wide of the man at mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. Jarrell's on 33, Gill on 52, and there are just 6 runs required.
Moggs, it's about time they started lashing out. I should say, Mog, I'm actually on your side. If I was to choose a city to live in now, I would definitely choose Melbourne. But if I was looking for a bit of tinsel, I'd go to Sydney for a little while, but not to live.
Tinsel?
Tinsel down in the rain?
That's what Sydney's got, isn't it? It's beautiful, it's got a lovely harbour, but it's a nightmare to live in. Ray Shunak says, thanks, lad. Enjoyed hanging out with the GC gang. Look forward to Dharamshala. Tumasaki T says, many thanks, GC, as always. And Mog says, Blair Pocock? Yeah, Blair Pocock.
Pat Pocock. Blair Pocock. Well, I think the odds are probably on things being wrapped up this over. 6 runs to win. Jarrell and Gill have been showing some considerable intent over the last few balls. And I think that will be a merciful release for everyone, to be honest. We can all go about our days. In comes Hartley. He's 1 for 64 off his 24. He's got a short leg and the slip. And that's sort of pulled down to mid on, but no run.
Kiwi by days with me. He or she says, I'd said that if Lyon was born in 87, he's still particularly young.
And that one's bludgeoned over the infield, who've all come up for 4 runs. So those of you interested in the tie will need the next 5 wickets to fall without any loss of runs.
No, with 1 run scored.
Oh, with 1 run, no, absolutely correct, yes. We're not quite tied yet. One of these days, one of us will see a tie. Actually, maybe not. It's only been 2 in 160 years, 70 years. So probably not, actually, statistically. 2 runs needed. One squeezed out on the offside dot ball.
I think we came as close as we're likely to in that New Zealand test.
We came pretty bloody close heading the 2019 as well, didn't we? One false shot from Ben Stokes, and that would have been a tie. Yeah. Forward defensive from Jarrell. An arm around the shoulder of Kuldeep Yadav. Don't know whether that's in consolation or whether that's his masseur there on the balcony. Hartley again. 2 slips now. Really ratcheting up the pressure. Played out into mid-wicket, dot ball.
Jadeja clinging to the wall in the change room like Spider-Man.
Yes.
And we have a super chat from Willow Moon. Thank you so much. £1.99. Thanks for providing some distractions from pain. Well, I do hope your back gets better soon, Willow Moon.
Well, that's played through square leg for 2 runs, which means that India have won this test match. Jarrell ends up on 39, Gill on 52, Hartley ends up on 1 for 70. And after 61 overs and starting with no wickets down at 40 runs, India have made their way, not without the odd little speed bump along the way, but they have successfully negotiated a tricky little run chase. Well, medium-sized run chase, should we say, for 192 for 5. Well played them. They have also won the series. And England, a plucky effort today. They stuck at it, but didn't quite have either the resources or the help from the pitch. Not quite enough of either to really run it more close than they did. But no, good effort and good test match and good series so far. So, Richard, your thoughts and comments on today and the match?
Yeah, as you rightly point out, the pitch didn't really follow the usual narrative. It decided to play at its worst. I think it was on day 2 was actually its dodgiest, and then a couple of sort of evening sessions here and there. But it didn't come to the party for England at the right time. Of course, we can't see exactly what's going on with the field. I wonder if those who are at the ground will have criticism for Stokes, the way he managed his fielders and bowlers in that run chase. But putting on a lot of pressure ultimately did work. Before lunch, there was that quiet period, and then there were the 2 wickets straight after lunch. They weren't able to then do another round of putting on the pressure, and that kind of proved decisive. And the other thing that one has to note, of course, and this will be great fodder for all the writers and analysts out there, is that this has basically followed exactly the same pattern as England's last tour to India, 2020-21, which was in COVID times, of course, before Bazball had been thought of. England win the first test, lose the next 3. The only difference now is we've still got 1 to play, as that was a 4-test series.
Well, it's not the only difference.
Okay, there might be a few others.
I think this has been a lot
competitive.
It's been a lot more engrossing, the whole thing. I mean, the phrase that comes to me in terms of this is ebb and flow, and it's a wonderful demonstration of what Test cricket is. That capacity to come back after appearing to be out of it, which can never happen in T20 cricket and usually not in ODI cricket. But Test cricket is something unique and wonderful. I think Sagir Parda puts it really well. He says, geez, this has been a cracking test, irrespective of the end result. Really edge of the seat stuff at the end after a proper ebb and flow of the game.
Yeah, what you have to say is that even if the top line result is the same as last time out, there's been this feeling that England are in it. This new England are in it at any given time, whereas before, once they started unraveling after winning the first test, it was just one-way traffic. So that is credit to the new regime.
Indeed. I'd agree with that. I will just dot the I and cross the T's for those interested. India resumed at 40 without loss. They then lost Yashasvi Jaiswal on 84 for 1. Very good catch by Anderson off Joe Root's bowling. Rohit Sharma went next, 99 for 2. He was caught behind the wicket by an excellent ball from Hartley by Folkes. And then 100 for 3. Patidar, who's not had a great series, he went without troubling the scorers. Very good diving catch by Pope off Shoaib Bashir. And Shoaib Bashir then snaffled 2 more. And at one point, first for Ravindra Jadeja caught Bairstow off a full toss. So let it be said. And then Sarfaraz Khan was also caught at short leg by Pope. So at that stage, India were 120 for 5. Still 72 runs needed with 5 wickets in hand. And although India might have been marginal favourites, still there was very little in it. But then a very secure partnership between Shubman Gill and Dhruv Jurel who steadied the ship. Shubman Gill, after a very slow start, was there at the end, scored 2 sixes to get to his 50, and Druv Jurel, who's had an excellent match and may well end up picking with his 50 and his 90, with not at 39 and his 90, might well end up picking up some sort of a gong at the end of it. He was not at 39, and as I say, India have won the match in the series.
Yes, indeed. Some final messages. Mog says, top effort again, chaps. Willow Moon says, what a great test. Most enjoyable spending time with Guerrilla Cricket. Thank you for being with us and for your contributions too. And Jehan says, another moral victory for England. Over on Twitter, Farong says, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory for the second time in a series. Ashes in this one. Time to remove the captain as he is incompetent. Duckett would have bowled England to victory. Thanks all. Cheers, says Farong. And Jonathan Shawland in New Zealand says, thank you, Gorillas, for the coverage that is a joy to hear. And of course, Jonathan, if you're able to get from Auckland to Wellington, you will be able to go and watch Australia versus New Zealand, which starts this Thursday. I understand that game is sold out for all 5 days.
Oh, lovely. Optimistic.
And then
5-day ticket buyers.
Yeah, and Thursday of next week, we will be back with you from Dharamshala, where it is currently 7 degrees, for the final test in this series. And I don't think the fact that it is a so-called dead rubber will matter in the least. I think it'll be hell for leather all round. So we're really looking forward to having you with us then. I just want to say a particular thank you to everybody who's not only contributed, but tweeted in, sent us messages on YouTube. It's what sustains us in our connection with our audience, which I think is something that sets Guerrilla Cricket apart from the wonderful jingles and so on. We have a lot of fun doing it. We hope you have a lot of fun listening, and if you can afford to, we certainly appreciate any financial assistance which you can provide at patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Thank you so much. Are we done?
That's it. You're done. It's time to go.
Thanks,
Thank you very
guys.
much, boys, as per always, and thank you very much, everyone out there. We will see you next Thursday, 3:50 in the morning. Last one. Last time we have to get up at the stupid bloody time. Joy.
Till the Ashes in Australia.
Well, yeah, that's a long way off, thank God. Who knows if we're doing it then. Anyway, it's good to have you all along. Thanks for being here, and we shall see you shortly.
Special thanks to the Bear and Tony Bishop for their efforts in terms of getting up at the crack of dawn to get the studio going and doing the rosters and all that sort of stuff. It's a lot of effort, but
Thank you,
very
guys.
much appreciated.
Yeah, it sure is.
We do it for the love. Anyway, we'll see you in 10 days' time. Till then, goodbye.
Ta-ra. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy and